think we're working. This should be working. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone here yet, so I can't exactly try out the audio. Oh, someone's here. Yeah, I'll just watch the chat for a little bit. We'll see who shows up. Next time I stream, I'm probably going to give a bigger notice for it. Or at least about a week. Okay. Yeah, ignore the infinite whatever is up here. We got a lot of stuff. Is the audio good on that side? Yeah, we'll wait. We'll wait a little while. See who joins. Ooh. Okay, yeah, we got. I'm probably gonna put a me category, so I don't end up having to make a biased ranking, any sort of bias. Just gonna make sure my internet's okay, because it gets a little shaky sometimes. Add a row above. Oh, I've never done this before. Well, yeah, we'll just do that. Let's see. We can move this over. I can move this. I can keep the chat in the corner, maybe. Yeah, I'm just checking the Discord to see if Okay, 9 views. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Oh. Views. Oh yes. Bit rate. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter, I don't think. Yeah, I've seen them. We'll give it a little bit more time. Let's see if we get more people. I have the setup. I have beverages, and I have the time. I don't know, maybe I can clickbait the video a little bit more. I spent like I got five people. Yeah. I'll probably give it until we hit 8. I'm gonna have to timestamp when the thing actually starts. Make sure when people are watching the VOD, it's not just like I get to sit through like 20 minutes of me awkward stammering. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we do another one of these. I'll see how I feel about it. There may be a top 10 that'll actually be edited. This might get a more like trimmed down version in the future. Oh, hey. I don't know. I don't know if they'll be included. I can talk about them. Oh, hello. Now we're getting some people. But yeah, Yeah, I don't know if I'll include Secret Cave. That's a thing. I didn't want to put it in the main videos because it was structured differently and it was actually kind of its own like game. So I structured it a little bit differently. But yeah, I don't know. We got. Yeah. Yeah, we got everyone here. And then, yeah, those of you who just joined, I'm going to put a thing for my bosses because I don't know if some of them I'm not going to rank like, I don't know, maybe I'll have you guys rank them. Some of them I know I can give an unbiased look at, like Team Ad. I have some thoughts. I have some thoughts about this guy. Yeah, we got all 189 bosses. That's a lot. That's a lot of bosses. I don't know. I'm just thinking. I might stream more. Potentially. Might make Saturday night streams a thing, depending. Oh, hello. Ooh, we got people. Oh, yeah. Tails versus Trollface. Oh, that's a... Yeah. People still coming back to that video. Hello. Need to make sure the cat is not going to cause problems in the background. If she starts screaming at me, I'm probably gonna close the door. Yeah, I don't know. Lack of motivation hits. Hits. Yep. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is... I try to include as many as I can. Like, realistically, I can't include everything because there's a lot of projects. I could go back at some point. It might just be a thing I do occasionally if I'm feeling in the mood. Yeah, longer boss fights. I have to reserve more of the video for them. That makes it a little bit harder. I don't record. I'm lucky I don't record the previous attempts on some bosses because I don't know. Again, I post a lot of rage games, but I don't know. I mauled. That's good. Yeah, I don't know. My animation skills are relegated to MS Paint and like Scratch and like Photoshop. Like this is like, I don't know. This was like first like character I drew completely. Like, this character is like OC's. This character is like this character is like a bunch of stock photos. I've gotten a little bit better, potentially. I'm just looking over the rankings. I'm gonna compose my thoughts. Alright, we got a little bit more time, and then maybe we will start. We have the meats. But no, we don't have the meats. Not here. My personal... Okay, so my advice on making a boss design is... I mean, I just inspire Kirby. Use Kirby inspiration. Or whatever game I'm currently, like, big into. Or I just listen to a song. Like, Divine Vessel is literally me listening to a bunch of fan-made Deltarune songs and being like, yeah, that's a cool idea. He's not that hard to animate. I basically took... I kind of got inspired by the fan-made concepts of, like, the Deltarune final bosses. People that people came up with. Chapter 3 never. Yeah, I'll play Chapter 3 when that comes out. Yeah, this ranking will be, for the most part, based on a few factors. This is all my personal opinion. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, that was like a Marvel vs. Capcom thing that I put in. Because I didn't want to do the Cuphead one, because the Cuphead one would be like, you know, that would be expected. Here on the Yoshi channel, we strive to be unexpected. No. Alright, we're nearly reaching the point where I told myself that I would officially start the ranking. Probably at 8 itself. Probably like 8 Eastern. Ooh. Get people... Yeah. Yeah, then we will go down the line. We'll go down the line of release, because I think that's how they're ordered. Yeah, they're all gone. They're all done by release date. I think I remember all their names. I have the playlist up on a different tab of all the videos. And I'm going to use that to make sure I remember what the boss is. At least the name. It's like... I remember things from all these. Yeah, I do apologize if I don't say much about a boss. because there are, I don't know, sometimes I just don't really have that many words. Oh no. Yeah, we'll see who answers both the message and the Discord. Oh hi. Hello. Oh yes, thank you. Glad you enjoy the content for how sporadic it is. Ooh. For how random this content can be. Again, you may be getting another Mugen video, you may be getting another Super Mario Bros. X video, you may be getting another Scratch video. Depends on what. There's a new boss rush. I am working on a boss rush with a completely different engine. Yeah, have you ever played like mobile games? It's got mobile game controls. Okay. You know, I'll give it 2 more seconds. I'll give it 2 more minutes. Hope you all got your snacks because this is going to be a long one. Yeah, I find it funny that most of my videos now are like over an hour. I used to make like a huge disclaimer, just like, this video is going to be over an hour, you should probably take a break in between. And now I'm just like, okay, now that's kind of a given by this point. The Mario Party 3 video was like 4 hours long, and it was just me playing out all the rival games. We might be doing, I don't know if I want to do tunes. We could do tunes if we want to do tunes. I don't know what kind of music I'd play. I'm afraid to do my mix, because if I do my mix, it's going to be a bunch of JoJo's music. It's going to be like Vocaloid JoJo's and whatever weird experimental music I was thinking about putting in a video. And there's probably like a Civa Gunner song. There's like probably like 4 Civa Gunner songs in there. Dandy's World. I don't know. I can look that up real quick. This. Oh, I've heard of this. Yeah, it looks interesting. From what I have seen. I think Roblox? Oh yeah, it's a Roblox thing. I should do Roblox. There are some Roblox things I would do. I used to be on Roblox a lot more. Like, all right. We've hit 7:57. So I'm gonna start this thing now. We're gonna start the thing. Let everyone know we're starting the thing. And if you talk to anyone else like that's not in the chat, just tell them we're starting the thing. And if they ask you what the thing is, just tell them the thing. Just tell them we're starting the thing. Yeah. All right. Might keep that up in the corner. I definitely want to keep chat open. All right. Okay. So starting off here, this is a ranking of every single Scratch Fusion boss that I have played. Rules. So the rules are I am not ranking my own bosses because I don't think I can put aside my bias for better or for worse. Like some of these would just be some of mine would just be at the bottom because I have mixed opinions about them. So I'm just gonna put them in the mine category. And I can maybe you guys can say some stuff. Like, I'm gonna talk about, yeah, I don't really know. So yeah, basically, okay, yeah, so we're starting from the beginning, and then we're going through everything, all the way up to we're going all the way up to One Within All, including that we're not in the main part. Yeah, this everything that's in this list, everything that's in this list will be included. Yeah, I'm probably just gonna go on with the ranking. All right, so starting off, we're going to part 1. We're going with Bowser Gobo. So by the way, I'm gonna rank these based on like my personal opinions, like how much fun I had with the fight, like the difficulty, and like the presentation, and like I don't know, a lot of different stuff. Mostly just those things. Like, I'll remark on stuff I didn't really like. I'm gonna remark on stuff that I think should be changed. Like if something ranks low, it's not that I dislike the project. It's just that I think that there's a lot that can be improved with it. And if it hits the S ranking, that's like, I just really liked it. Like, I don't know. I'm not like the epitome of opinions. But yeah, starting off with Bowser Gobo, the very first Scratch Fusion boss. Not even the very first. I think it was the very first. The first one I showcased. It was about average. I don't know. It had like 2 attacks. I liked it enough. I didn't have any dislike for it. It was kind of inoffensive. Music was pretty good. Yeah, that's about it. I'm gonna put you like over like, I don't know, probably high D. Maybe high D. I don't know. High D sounds about right. I think it was cool enough. There was like not too many attacks, and most of the attacks were really simple. That's like my criticism for it. But yeah, in terms of like health, the pacing was pretty decent. Like it was a nice, like, I don't know, decent concept, good music. Yeah. I don't know. We'll put C. C sounds about right. All right. Rainbow Cat. Round 1. I think this was. Yeah, this is the first Rainbow Cat. Yeah, Rainbow Cat. Yeah, like I said, I have that tab open. But yeah, Rainbow Cat round 1. This is another one that was really simple. Like, goes back and forth. Has a few, like, attacks. This is one of the ones I did the music replacement for. I liked it. It was very simple. But yeah, I'm just gonna say probably like, I don't know, D-ish. Because it's, I don't know. It's very simple. Very simple concept. It's basically just a cat. It's basically just like a cat with like the... that's being hit with the Gold Experience Requiem. I don't know. It's got like the rainbow effect on it. I don't know. I liked it. I didn't dislike it. Another one of those zones I didn't dislike. Put you like, yeah, probably C-ish. You know what? If I'm guessing right to left is like, the more left it is, the higher it is on the list. So yeah, this guy's going below him, but also not like nothing special. Bloxy. Blocky? Bloxy? Bloxy EX. I like this one. It was, again, this one was super simple, and this one died really fast. He was like, he's pretty good. Another simple one, like back and forth, shoot projectile, jump. About it. Yeah, I mean, just simple. Again, D tier, I don't know. D tier seems to be reserved for like it's a good fight, but it's simple, and there's a lot that can be like improved. Like, it's simple. That's the most I can say about Bloxy. Alright, we got Ultimate next. The canonical thwomp enemy. Let's yeah, canonical thwomp enemy. Let's see. He had a pretty simple pattern too, but there was something that I really liked. That was like when he did the reality whatever particle attack that Infinite has, and makes the screen like freak out and makes your character freak out. I like that. It wasn't annoying, and it was a nice little thing. Like, it wasn't like, it didn't hurt the fight. The only issue I would have is like the boss is really simple, and it wasn't really like, yeah, simple, but it's got more to it. We're going over here. There we go. Yeah, we're doing that. There we go. Yeah, I like that little idea, but still a little simple. Flandre. This is like, yeah, this one's probably like the lower tier. I didn't really like this one too much. Like, it's got like, I don't know, it's really simple, and it's got like, the sound effects were kind of like getting, and it has like a few-ish, like one-ish attack. Definitely could use a lot of improvement. Yeah, we're going down here. No. Again, a lot of improvement. Very simple. Yeah, sadly. Mario Ida? I'm pretty sure that was what it was called. Yeah, Mario Ida. Ida Mario, yeah. So yeah, this fight was... I didn't mind it. It was like... It doesn't exist anymore, sadly. It's like... move around, drop stuff on you. Pretty simple, like one, two-ish attacks. Yeah, I don't know. I'd probably put it... It had a decent idea behind it. It's just like, it's simple. I didn't really hate it. Nolok. This is probably the first, like, we're going to upper tiers. This is probably the first we're going like upper tier bosses. This guy is, I put him in B. Like he had like the cool like the icicle attack. He had the snowballs. I thought the music was really fitting. I don't know. Yeah, he had some fun attacks. He had like the snowball jump from the sky, drop the snowballs attack. Like it was probably like one of the better ones from the first few episodes of Scratch Fusion. Yeah, you're going up here. Yeah, he's pretty good. Next up we got Zona. We got the classic. We have the one of the main dudes of Scratch Fusion. This guy goes, I'd say high C. I think he was decent. He had like 2-ish attacks, and they were pretty decent. My main problem with this fight had to come with like the way the hitboxes were, and like the way you kind of got stuck on the arena a little bit. But that's a Scratch thing. And sometimes the lasers would be kind of a little bit eh. But yeah, I thought it was pretty good. It was a nice little. He's iconic, and he's got some stuff to him. Next we got Jollibee. Straight and simple. We're going sadly. This one had like the gimmick like sucked. I'm sorry, but like I don't like when you get hit, you get stunned for like a minute. You get stunned for like a few seconds, and I'm just like, and every time I was just like, man, this is rough. But yeah, other than that, it's got 2 phases, and it's like, yeah, I'm sorry, the fight's very long too, and it has a lot of iframes. I don't know. Another problem is like the iframes. Like the boss has a lot of iframes, so the health bar is big, and the boss has a lot of iframes. So, and then there's like the second phase is just the first phase, except he moves around a lot more. I don't know. That's why he's gone down there. Sadly. But yeah, Jollibee goes down there. Wario. Wario apparition. I like this boss. It was fun. I like the music. They used the Wario apparition theme. He had some pretty simple attacks, and I guess compared to some of the future ones, like I'm using the metrics of Scratch Fusion 1 to measure this. I'm not using like the entire like oh, I'm gonna compare this to like late game like crazy bosses, like half of these at the bottom here. Like no, I'm not gonna compare those. I'm gonna compare it to like Scratch Fusion 1, like we're coming off the ground kind of thing. Yeah, in terms of that, I mean the second phase was unexpected, and I like the gimmick with the bombs, being able to reflect the bombs with the dash. Like yeah, he's gone high C. Still a little simple. But yeah, we're going maybe low B. Low B. All right, we got the man. We got the Mecha Orb. He is iconic, and he has appeared a lot. He makes a lot of cameos in future fights. Yeah, I like him. He's like a reinterpretation of the fight I made, with much less like the original fight I had. Just had not good hitboxes. But he's pretty good. I liked him. Like the projectile shoot was fine. The spikes were cool. It was a nice little reinterpretation. Going in high C. Yeah. Nice little reinterpretation. I do have to say, yeah, simple by design, because he was the first boss of my Goomba thing. So yeah, he's gonna end up being a little bit simple for that reason. But again, he's a good kind of simple, because it was simple by design. He'd make a good like first boss if you were to try out Scratch Fusion. Mecha Scratch. I like this one a good bit. There's one thing I was confused by was the fact that you kind of fake die sometimes. Like, you kind of die and then you come back and then you die again. I'm not sure if that was like a gimmick or something else. I don't really know. There's also like his charge ability was kind of cool. Yeah, I didn't really mind this fight too much. It was pretty good. Again, it's a little simplistic. And again, I can't dock it for that. You're going low. Low C. We'll hit you with the low C. I think the design was very much like, it's based on Scratch Head, I'm pretty sure, like the unused boss from Scratch Head. Here we go. The count. Alright, this may be this is like the first A tier one we got. This fight, very good. I really enjoyed it. Alright. Count's A tier. Like, it's super simple, but I like the... It's not even that simple. Like, he has this really cool gimmick where he uses the moves from his original thing. And he shoots, like, in the phase 2, it doesn't really change too much. It just gives him that little projectile thing. I like it because it's, like... It's a good pattern to learn, and it's pretty easy to maneuver around. And it's a pretty easy learning curve, too. Like, it's really high quality, too. Like, well made. Even looking back on it, this fight's really fun. And I played Count Crasher itself. Yeah, going in the A tier. OG Omega Magnavox. To an extent. Oh yeah. Yeah, I kind of thought of that because I saw a video on YouTube. Will you make a top number Scratch Fusion 2? Like, yeah, I'm gonna make an actual edited video at some point of the top 10 that'll be actually edited. This is like off the cuff. Yeah, there'll be an actually edited video where I'll go into much more deep thoughts. Alright, we got OG Magnavox. I kind of want to rank. I don't know. I kind of wanted to put out the video on the OmniArc because I like the new Magnavox. The original one was like, I liked it. It wasn't bad, but it was a little bit spammy. But yeah. Scratch Fusion 2 one's better because I like the music a little bit better, and I also like the theming of it a little bit better. I like the audio, the visual effects are really nice. The visual effects are nice, and I like the way the attacks work. But yeah, lore-wise, I think he's a clone. He's the faker. If we're asking who the faker is, he's the faker. Alright, we got the universe. So, the universe is, I don't know, judging, again, the fight was long. Looking back on it, the fight was very long, and the attacks were very simple. And I actually saw a remake, I think I saw a remake of him. Yeah, the fight is long, and once you destroy the hands, it just kind of becomes like, he kind of does like one thing, which is fine. I like the theming, like you're kind of in space. I like the theming. I mean, the design's like, it's pretty good. Like, it's a head with hands. But then again, head with hands is like the Nintendo staple, and I did that. I did a head with hands boss, so I can't exactly... I can't say anything about that. But yeah, he's going up here because probably just the pacing. I don't mind a long fight, but again, I will rank some longer fights higher up on the list. This is one of the ones where the length kind of hurts it. This guy, trash. No, not maybe not really. I don't know. What's everyone else's thoughts? Looking back on him, his hitboxes are bad, and I think he was very rushed. I'm honestly thinking about doing like a proper remake of him. Like, he's not well. Like, the original game he was from was even a little bit. Like, he's got pretty good ideas behind him. Closing the door so I don't get any more cat interruptions. Alright, yeah. The Tomato Man is a tad good. Yeah, I totally agree. You guys can be honest. Like, there's a reason there had to be a fixed version released. Because I didn't even add hitboxes for a portion of its attacks. Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. Like, this will be its own little thing. Maybe it'll be its own little ranking of my own stuff. Good night. First two inspires are actually partially inspired by the universe. That's cool. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I like the idea. And I think, yeah, we'll get to the deleter. He's over here. We'll talk about him. But yeah, in terms of my ranking, yeah, the T-Mat's gonna get the shaft. He's probably the worst. But T-Mat was inspired by, if we're gonna go off on a tangent, T-Mat was inspired by. He himself was inspired by the game he was inspired from was made by Gradius and Parodius. The actual fight itself was supposed to be inspired by Bashi. And his attacks were based on the moves he can use, and were supposed to use in the second one. If I were to release it, I'd have to do a top-down remake if I were to release the second one. Alright, we're moving on to video 2, Ghast. It was pretty good. I mean, it was simple. Shoot fireballs. I think I like the newer one better. I think the newer one's in here. Yeah, the newer one's down here. I like the newer one a little bit better. The original one's fine. It's very much just like, it's got the simple, and it's got the simple. Not a problem. We're just simple. Going down here. Yeah, a little bit simple. So yeah, I don't know. I think how I'm gonna do S tier is like, it's got to do like something like over. It's gonna do like bigger than big to hit the S tier. It's got to do something that really knocks it out of the park, like some real wow factor. Mecha Cat. I liked it. It was very simple. I didn't even realize there was a second phase. I kind of accidentally like killed him too fast. Like, I think the attacks were decent. And I think it was inspired by I Want to Be the Guy. Yeah, it was decent. I just don't think he didn't move a lot, and I think he needed a little bit more health. Yeah, sadly, I think I killed him too fast. I'm going over here. But yeah, I mean, he was pretty good. Like, he's got good theming and references. Let's see, Wispy. Oh man, we got the Wispy fight. It's a Kirby game now. We have the Wispy fight. So if we're gonna rank Wispy based on accuracy, I'd say it was pretty good. We knocked it out of the park there. He has the air. He has the air shot. He has the tree. He has the tree. He's got the apples. He's got the breath attack. That's about it. He's a wispy fight. Yep. Yeah, I mean, if we're gonna judge by accuracy, he gets a bump. But other than that, it's still wispy. I don't know. Maybe if he was like Kirby 3 wispy, I would have been like, now that's like stuff. Or like Flowery Woods from Triple Deluxe, but I'm still judging this based on SF1. All right, we got the bully. We got the Heck Bully. This is a pretty fun one. He's got he runs right to left. He runs left to right, but he has a nice little animation for it, and he does it pretty smoothly. I think it's pretty good. I think the theming of this fight is pretty good. I say it's like a good C tier. He's got a decent amount of health. I had a decent amount of fun fighting him. I liked it. Alright, we got the popcorn. Yeah. I think he does. I played the one that came with Planet Robot. I downloaded the Super Kirby Clash, and I was just like, I don't want to pay money. Popcorn. Popcorn is... He's got two versions. He's got the regular one, and he's got the duo fight. I think the duo one kind of improves on the original. To an extent, I like the shield that you can do to basically block off the attacks. Overall, he's got one attack and then a jump. But yeah, I like the fight. It was just really, really simple. Top D. Top of D. This is the rematch with Rainbow Cat. Yeah, this is the rematch that has the orbs. I didn't really... It was pretty good. It had the orbs that kind of attacked you. Again, it's a Rainbow Cat again, and he's pretty simple. No offense, but it's still simple. We're not giving it the glaze. It's pretty simple. Yeah, so far, yes. The version of Strick from the OG Scratch Fusion you cannot access anymore. From what I remember, it's pretty good. He had 2-ish attacks. The laser beam attack was loud. Very loud. But yeah, laser beam was fine. I didn't mind it. His design was pretty decent. I like the reinterpretation a good bit more. And overall, he gets the low D because he's very simple, hurt my ears, and he doesn't really do much, which is another problem from what I remembered. The OG Needle Spike. He kind of became another iconic boss that was also reinterpreted and redone. So he became another one of those wispy Krakow type characters that kind of gets redone a lot. Yeah. So I like this fight. It's got It's very simple, and the attacks are very easy to dodge. But overall, I like the design. Even though he's like a spiky ball, I like the design. It has that Kirby air to it. Maybe it's just because of the one eye and the spikes. He kind of looks like a super Gordo. Yeah, I like the design, and I like the way he fights. So yeah, we're gonna give him the lowish, highish C tier treatment. Minor Terra. Oh, nice. We got our first Greenflag boss. This one was good. I liked it. I do think the second phase was a little bit spammy. I like the music, and I like the way the fight is very chaotic. I like the chaotic nature of the fight, and I like how it's done. Like I said, the only problem I really don't like is the second phase having some attacks that are just like all over the place. So I'd put it like Lopi. Like the theming of the fight's really good, and the background is good, and I like the way that they like the dynamite and like the rocks, the way the pickaxe sends the rocks flying around. That's cool. High C. I mean, my C? High C. We're doing. We'll see. We're still judging. I still have to be like Scratch Fusion 1. You have the dash, and that's about it, and your basic controls and shooting. We don't got crazy tech yet. We don't have parry falling or quick falling yet. We got Stickman. The Stickman. The guy. He was reinterpreted. I think he was reinterpreted again. I liked him. I don't know what I remember. He's got bombs, and I think he has like a few attacks. I don't know. He's got like D. I didn't dislike him. He's got some quality to him. Maybe a little bit lower. Yeah, I don't remember too much from this fight. He's got a nice bit of attacks. Voidy. Alright, we got this guy. So I think he was inspired by Void Termina. He's got some pretty nice attacks. Like he's got the spike circle. He's got like the FNAF monitor attack where he puts the monitor on the screen and blocks your vision. He's got projectiles. Let's say high B tier. He gets the high B tier. He's very good for SF1. He's got simple attacks, but he's very nice. Oh, 0. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I liked him. He's pretty good. Alrighty, we got the hammer guy, Kusman. Kutrinton. He was very, very simple. I liked his attacks. He was another one that was very simple, pretty good. I enjoyed. It was pretty good. Yeah, I liked him. Yeah, I liked Voidy. He was pretty good. Yeah, Kusamin. We'll put him in high D. Low C. High D. High D. The design was pretty good. I like the hammer. This is, yeah. I don't know. I'm thinking about moving some of these up. Oh no. Well, I hope we have some I hope we have some viewers. We got Tim. Next boss is Tim. This boss is kind of cool. I like the idea behind him. He's got very cool gimmick that might give him an edge because he has the Bowser gimmick where you can take his hat and use it to attack him. I think that was a cool gimmick, and he does the thing where he fakes you out and then slams the ground a few times. I think he was a pretty good thing. Like, we're gonna give him the upper tier because he's got a bit of an edge due to his gimmick and the way he's got the shockwaves and he's got the slam. I don't know. I like it. The theming and stuff is on point. Got Parrot of Darkness. Parrot of Darkness is pretty good. Kind of a simple bullet hell. I liked it. I like the simple bullet hell idea. The music was pretty decent. I'll put you lowish C. Mostly because I like the theming and stuff of this fight. But I do think this creator's like newer boss, I liked it a little bit more. I liked his newer bosses a little bit more. Next up we got the negative piggy. And I actually quite like this one. This one was actually pretty good. I like the big hand. You have to shoot the hands and you have to shoot the appendages to deal damage to the boss. The projectiles are pretty good. I'm going over here. Yeah, I'll put you over here. Put you up here. Yeah, I like the fight. The music was pretty good. It was very fitting. Yeah, I mean, it's a head and hands boss, but it's got some unique stuff with the head and hands. Goobra. This one has a legacy. Yeah, I think it was re-uploaded. It was a pretty good boss fight. So basically what he does is he's got a pretty decent bullet hell attached to him. He's got a pretty decent attack pattern. I liked him. He's got pretty good music. I like the Gaster Blaster type attack. But yeah, he's got a lot of good bit of complexity. I mean, I liked him. I liked him quite a bit. And then of course, I think the later fights are a little bit cooler, which is why he's going down. He's going down in the ranking a little bit. He's gonna probably be low C. He's gonna be low B because there's a little bit more improvement that can be done before I get to like this has got the good stuff. This has got the good stuff. Professor Metal. So I'm gonna give him the C treatment because he's got a lot of stuff I liked. His attacks are pretty nice, and I kind of like the way the phases progress. And I like the attack where he does the beam on the ground that you have to dash over and jump over. Dash and jump over. I like the where he goes into the foreground and slams the ground with that little red spot. That's a pretty cool attack. And the clone attack is pretty cool. I like this boss. He was pretty good. Again, still simple, and the second phase doesn't change too much besides the background. But yeah, I liked it. Was it the siren? I don't know. Someone's on fire. I don't think someone's on fire. Someone because I live in an area where, like, you can hear this stuff for a while. Yeah. Gubra greater than Minor Terra. I don't know. I put them in the same level, to be honest. Like, they both have their they both have their good qualities. They're both on the good. They're both good, with a lot of good to them. But they're still not. They still got a few of the because Gubra can be a little bit spammy sometimes, and sometimes it just kind of feels like you're kind of in the corner. The collab. He's got a pretty good, decent arsenal. He's got the Gaster Blaster type attack. He's got the Slam. I think it was a little bit long, but other than that, he's pretty good. He's also another he's pretty simple as well. And I don't have a problem with simple. Simple? Yeah, simple. He's going a little bit lower in C. He's got I like the music fits pretty well with this guy and his design. And I like his design. He's got this, like, he's got this Skylanders look. If any of you know what Skylanders is, he kind of looks like those little portal the little trap things you get for Skylanders. Let you put the bad guys in them and they have this, like, effect on the portal. I don't know how much I'm dating myself with this reference. I could be ancient by talking about Skylanders in the year of our Lord 2025. All right, we got Deleter next. We got the Deleter. This was my favorite. This was my favorite boss of the OG SF. Yeah, it looks like Trap Team Chaos. That's literally what. Yeah. By the way, I hate Trap Team Chaos. He is like the most difficult boss for no reason. If you play on Nightmare mode, that boss sucks. He does like 1 billion damage to you, and you lose every character. All right, we got a Deleter. He was my favorite originally, like I said. I'm honestly, yeah, we're going A tier. He's got 4-ish phases, and he's got a very unique design. In the intro, I like the intro because it's like an intimidation thing, and it's just like, oh man, the fight's gonna break out, and it's just like, yeah, he's got aura. He's got some aura. He's got, like, I like the fact that he has destroyable parts. You can break off his hand, and you can break off his laser cannon, and that switches his phase. You start off by breaking off the trash cans, and then you break off his body, and then, you go to the transition into the more, like, Smash Ultimate version of Crocodile Cacophony, and it's really fun. And then he goes from the big gun into the bigger gun, and then to huge gun, and it feels pretty fair. And also I like the fact you can dash into the projectiles to reflect them. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's going the highest A tier possible. Again, and for SF1 standards, he's probably the peak. Again, he is very high tier, and every time I go back to him, I have fun. Like, if I go back to him, I'd have fun. I still agree with the ranking in the original video. He is the best. We have the normal cat. So design-wise, he's just Scratch Cat, but I like the idea that he's basically like, he takes on the role of the clone boss, the you but better boss, as I would call it. I like the projectiles. They're very fair, and the phases feel very fair because you can do the healing. You can heal. He's got the bombs. I like how Normal Cat is a progression. He goes from, like, just doing the projectile attacks, and then the spam, and then the spam in a good way. Like, player spams too. Like, he bounces around the room with the He bounces around the room with the dash. I like how he goes from that to, like, being more sporadic. I like how he does more projectiles. Why is this the final boss of part 2? I felt like that would be a good final boss. I felt like he would make a good fitting final boss for part 2 because, I mean, what's better than fighting yourself as... I don't know, I like to end off each part with some sort of climactic fight. Attempting. Because I like a good beginning and a good end of a video because it makes it feel like a conclusive experience even if it's just a part of a bigger series. But yeah, keep going. You take tier. He may be above count, honestly. He may be like right up there with the leader because I think just the pacing is very nice. He's a longer fight, but I like the Persona moment. No, I'm not. I'm gonna put that away. Yeah, I don't know. I'd Persona moment. Yeah, confront. Yeah, I like this fight. Alright, we're gonna move on to part 3, where we got Atominion? Atominion? Aptimion. Aptimion. That's what he's called. He's good. He's got, again, he's another very simple one. He's got the dropping... He drops like the sludgy stuff on you, and he's got... And I think the music was pretty fitting, like the Castle Crashers music. Yeah, I like this fight. He's still very simple. The design, I like the design. He's got like that... He's got a very unique... He's got a pretty simple, but also pretty good design. Alrighty, we got... The bug. The beetle bug. Not Hornhead. Yeah, I think he's based on a mini boss from Kirby. He was probably, so due to the editing error, I was going to include Beetlebug as one of my favorites because he's got that. I was gonna make a point about simple and effective. Like, you can make a boss that's really simple and make him really good. Like, you could just have a one-phase boss that has, like, a bunch of really nice attacks. And I'll just be like, yeah, that's really cool. Like, if it has good production value and it's just, like, I like it. Like, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. It's not like... Like, he's just a good boss. Like, straight up, good, fun boss. Bullet Demon. Yeah, maybe. The snake. The Iran Serpento. I don't know how to say that. I apologize. I like the fact Scratch is riding on a dinosaur. And he's got some pretty... He's very simple, but he's got a decent selection of attacks. I like the tongue attack. I like the tongue attack he does, and I like the projectiles he shoots. And I like the tail, too. The tail is very well animated, and I think it's pretty cool. He gets some pretty good C-tier treatment. The only problem is the hitbox on the player, because you kind of get stuck on stuff with the dinosaur. Okay, we got Cammy Koopa. I like this fight. Yeah, like I said, another pretty simple one. Basically, just like the Mario Galaxy fight. Has like the marks, vines, spawns enemies. I think this is the first boss for Scratch Fusion that summons like adds like enemies. I thought it was a cool idea. Like, bosses can summon enemies that Scratch can dispose of by shooting, like a run and gun game. Like if you were playing something like, let's see, Contra Hard Corps. Yeah, I like it. It's pretty good. Very accurate to the source material. OG Bowser. I think this is the only Bowser fight, honestly. Yeah, actually, he's the only Bowser fight. Wait, isn't there 2 train bosses? I think both of them are on here. Yeah, there's one here, and this is the second one. Yeah, there's the second one. The second train version is the one with the second phase. We'll get to him. We got Koopa. He is... I like him. Simple. He plays like... He's basically like a mixture between the OG, like, Mario Wii one and, like, the Mario Bros. 2... Super Mario Bros. New Super Mario Bros. 2. New Soup 2. Bowser. Yeah, I like him. He's pretty good. He's simple, effective. And I always like the Mario Bros. Wii Final Boss theme, if I say so myself. Pico on the Cloud. I think it's another one that's gone. Doesn't exist anymore. For concept, I like him. I mean, he's got... I remember him being very simple. The sprite always irked me. For which one did the sprite always irk you? Was it the recent... The one I talked about? What did I immediately forget? Bowser. Oh, yeah. I feel like I did the meme where Homer... I feel like I did the clip from Simpsons where Homer's brain left for that second. Yeah, I didn't really... I thought it was... I think it was like... It's awkward because it's just like... Yeah, it was just a little bit awkward because it kind of doesn't have that Bowser face shape. Yeah, Pico on Cloud. Yeah, he's Pico and he's on a cloud. And he's got like... I didn't mind the attacks. They were pretty good. I like the projectiles and I like the beam he shoots. Yeah, I don't know. Still very simple. He's going to go down here with like the simple but a little bit too simple bosses. Like they still get what they want done accomplished, but again, it's just simple. That's what I would say. These are simple but better. Simple but more effective. Or at least like this lower half is simple but effective. This lower half is like simple but like too simple. Eye of Cthulhu. Eye of Shulu. He's a pretty decent recreation of the original Eye fight, which means he's not really that complicated. He kind of goes from... He just follows you and he shoots an eyeball occasionally. And he goes faster for the second phase. He doesn't have the speedy dashes that Expert Eye has. So I would say he's going to go low. For recreation, he's pretty good, but he's going to go lower because he's a little too simple. Doesn't really have that stuff that makes Expert Mode Eye of Cthulhu a little bit more like spicy. We got the black hole. The black hole, yes. I like the black hole. I like the fact that it's got like this cool effect attached to it. He does like that attack where he creates like the gaps you have to go through. He has the suck attack where he sucks in a bunch of beams and then shoots them back out again. I like this fight. It's got a lot of quality to it. It's another simple one, but I put it on the higher tier of simple. It's got a lot of charm, which elevates it for me. The vessel. This one's weird. Why is Jeb in the series? It's a Jeb, not the Minecraft designer. Geb. I don't know. I thought he was fun. We'll get to Geb. I apologize for that squeak. All right. The vessel. I like the music. I like the music for the vessel. I think it fit really well because I like this fight because it kind of syncs up with the music. Like, it starts off feeling like a boss fight, and then it kind of gets weird as the music speeds up, and then it just kind of falls down, and then you just kind of look at it like, oh, I like that. It's got a uniqueness to it. Still very simple, but I like the simplicity. The simplicity has like a little spice to it. It's got a little zest. Ball. It's a ball. Yeah. That's about it. It bounces around. Has like a spike attack. Telegraph is like text boxes. Yeah, I didn't really mind it. You're probably going down here because it's a little too simple. He's going down and chilling down there. D tier. Here we go. Valerie Jr. This one's very simple. I like the design. The problem I have is just it's got like one attack and it doesn't really do much. I like the reveal at the end. It's got like one big eyeball. That's something to say. But yeah, looking back on it, this one's like very, very simple. This is very much like nah. It doesn't. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make me angry. This one doesn't. It's simple. I'm gonna put it with Ada Mario. Looks like it's doing the. Looks like it's like staring at him. Green slime. Green slime. Green. Yeah, he's green slime. Green slime. Yeah, I liked him. He's got the minecart attack. He's got the jump shockwave. Yeah, I like the fight. It was still. He's gonna be chilling in the simple. He's gonna be chilling in the simple. Yeah. He's gonna be chilling in the simple category because I liked him. I didn't like him that much. He kind of hits that like. He's still a little too simple for my opinion. Actually, oh, that sucks. Nah, that really sucks. That's a really shitty thing to do. Take the design. Like, I don't remember. Sometimes I don't remember stuff, and I'm glad people remind me because I will put the credit in. But yeah, that really sucks. Sans. Sans. Sans moment. Yeah, I was expecting Sans to show up. He will show up no matter what it is. Like, no matter what the game is, no matter what the collab is. Genuinely, like, Sans will show up no matter what. But in terms of his Scratch recreation, I thought he was pretty nice. He has like a really nice mechanic where he has like text. So he'll give you this special text box if you do his phase without taking any damage. Which I inadvertently did when I did the recording. Yeah, I mean, he's really good. All I gotta say, he's a pretty accurate recreation. The only problem was the fact that it played Megalovania, and I was just like, now I will be copyrighted to death. The game ended. I'm sorry. This is YouTube. We game end here. After that, we got. I don't know. I'm thinking about putting Sans in A tier. Just because the progression of the fight is pretty nice. Next we got Omnipotent Cat. Omnipotent crap. Omnipotent Cat. Omnipotent. My mouth is dry. I need a drink. There we go. Now that I have beverage, I can speak. Omnipotent Cat. Very. So the reason I put him in twice was because the newer one had a cutscene, and it also had a bunch of new attacks that were cool gimmicks. So I like the original. He had a very nice projectiles, and I like the spells. He kind of did the Toho. Don't you ASMR me? If you, I don't know, you can, I don't know if you want this to be, if this feels like ASMR to you, it can be ASMR. You can play the VOD back when you're going to sleep. You can hear the sirens outside in like high def. Omnipotent Cat, he's going up there. High B. There was some stuff that's just like, I don't know, I understood it was a joke. I was playing into the joke. Updated only? No, I'm ranking both interpretations. Not interpretations, the same fight. I'm ranking both versions. I think I'm gonna put the other one a little bit higher. You know what, I'll just take the other one. I'll just rank the other one already. He'll be put higher. I think the sun attack is really cool because you have to hit a button to stop it. The projectiles, I really like the time attack where he. That's cool. We'll get to censored later, but I actually quite like censored. But yeah, the updated Omnipotent Cat is. I think he's better because he has a little bit more like. I like the background a lot better, and I like the cutscene. Because it adds a little bit of lore, and I like a little bit of lore. But yeah, I like the newer version. I think this is one of the cooler, like... If we're gonna go into, like, the cat boss, we're gonna go into the cat boss zone very soon. We're gonna go... Scratch Fusion 2 has a lot of the cat boss zone. Actually, we've kind of been in cat boss zone. But yeah, in terms of the cat bosses, like, I think Omnipotent Cat probably is one of my favorite designs because he's got like this. I like the shawl he has. Ghost. This one, Ghost, Big Ghost. I think it was Big Ghost. Colossal Ghost. Alright, I like this boss. I like the little cutscene going into it. Like, it's got a fun little cutscene and a fun little ending. It's a very cute boss. It was kind of like the Boo boss from Luigi's Mansion, the original. Kinda. I don't really know. It's a simple boss, but I like the stuff that's around it. The actual boss itself is like, eh. But I like the stuff around it. Next up, we got the Century Devil. I think this one's very high quality. It's a very Mega Man-esque boss. He's got the very Mega Man-esque pattern where he does the simple attacks, and then he goes to the top screen, shoots the attack, and then goes to the right and left, and you have to attack him. Yeah, I don't know. He's got the Mega Man quality to him. This is probably like the best quality out of the simple bosses because he's got like a lot to him. I like the animations a lot too. Sadly, there wasn't any music. I had to add the bully music in post. If there was one thing I have to dock this boss for is the lack of music. But yeah, also do not be upset if you can't get music, because music is like one of those things Scratch really doesn't like. Sometimes it'll just completely silence the song. At least on my end. But yeah, very good. Now it is time for the new Needle Spike, the reinterpretation. Actually, it was a remix. I included it because I really liked it, and it didn't break any rules technically. It was basically it was a nice little reinterpretation of the boss. Like, I like how each of the you can basically get a harder version of the boss if you decided to choose a different difficulty. I didn't choose the hardest difficulty because you had like no health. But I also wanted people to go in and play it for themselves. Yeah, I don't know what the issue is with the music. Like, it's really annoying. But then again, the search engine was broken for the longest time, so I really like the Needle Spike remake. I like the Koopa's Revenge stuff. I really like the falling phase. I think the falling phase was really good. Like the fact you fall and then it plays like the final boss theme of Koopa's Revenge, and you kind of like have to dodge around the attacks as he shoots the spikes at you. Yeah, I also like the design he had in the third phase. All right, we got the second Goober fight, the long one. Yeah, honestly, very good. Another A over here. It was a very long and a very fun fight. I think it was a very nice like nod to the Beast from Binding of Isaac. You kind of do and the first phase is like pretty simple. Basically a slightly harder version of the original. And then you kind of you basically fight the horseman with like different bullet hell-esque attacks, and then he goes harder and harder, and then you get you get heals throughout the fight. Yeah, I like this fight. Very good. Garfield. I think it was Garfield. The Head and Hands Garfield. I like the Cuphead-esque stuff, like where he drops the food on you, and he does like the slams that do the shockwaves. Then you shoot the hands away, and he does the turns into a mech and shoots at you. I don't know, very Cuphead-esque. Yeah, put him in the high C. Alright, we got the final boss, the guy. All in one. His name literally is just all in one, but all in one word. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's aged pretty decently. He's going up in the mine category. He aged pretty well, I think. The first two phases are basically just a rematch against my bosses, because I was just like, yeah, I'll do Yin Yarn thing. I'll do the Yin Yarn thing and make a rematch against two previous bosses. And then I gave him the survival phase, which was pretty good. I liked it a little bit. I don't know. I liked going back to it. There's some stuff I really don't like. Like, I don't like how the sword attack is, because it's kind of unfair sometimes. Then we have I like the last two phases a lot now, because I like I like the Solgren type thing that I did, where he kind of like summons all the previous bosses. And then he does the city phase, where he basically does the Kirby Soul Boss thing. I don't know. This is a boss I look back on pretty fondly. He goes above T-Mat on the mine category. At least looking at it from an unbiased perspective, like, again. Yeah, he became... Again, this is another boss that became, iconic. Like, everyone has their own. There's a lot of interpretations of All-in-One. I even made like a harder version later on in the list. Alrighty, we got the frog. We got the extras part, and then we hit. I'm probably gonna pick out the other. I'm gonna pick out this guy and this guy. I'm gonna put them in the list with the SF1 stuff, and I'm probably gonna put Kami all in one with the SF1 bosses because he's basically an SF1 boss. And I'm also gonna pick up Gubra, this version of him, and put him in the list. So the frog is it's another really simple one. Yeah, frog. Not much to say about this one. This is another very simple one. A pretty decent simple, but it's still a little too simple. He's got like one attack. I like the tongue attack, but it's just like one attack. The rat. Rose over here. Water mouse. Water mouse is... He's got some pretty decent attacks. I don't really know. Water mouse is... He's got some decent attacks. I think he's a little bit... Some of the stuff is a little annoying to avoid. The piranha attack is really cool. And we're going to middle C for you. Middle C tier. He's got a lot more in there, and he's got a unique design. I like his design. It's got a very I like the flower mouse design. Next up we got the desert centipede. Desert centipede. This one was pretty good too. Like the cheese desert type theme. He kind of goes from left to right, and he kind of pops out of the ground. Other than that, he's still a little too simple for me. Still kind of in that simple category. Reef crab. Kind of reminds me of that one boss from Kirby and the Rainbow Curse. He's also pretty good. His attacks are a little bit hard to avoid. He kind of smashes from all around the arena. Yeah, I don't know. I remember the attack in particular when he goes into spiky mode and he moves around the arena. Another one like this around here. The train. The first train. We have the first train boss. I feel like this one's... It's a good groundwork. It's got like one attack though. It's got the shoot projectile attack, which is why it kind of hits the very low category. I like the fact you're on the train and you're shooting at like the smokestack. But I like the newer one a little bit better because it kind of improves on the foundation that was there. The plant, the hyper plant. Hyper plant. I like hyper plant. It was a pretty good boss. I think it was very cool attacks. Like the spike attack is nice. I like the vines dropping. Dies very fast. Yeah, he's pretty good. Like I like the stuff behind him. I like the concept. He's got some fun stuff. I'll put you up here. Look on the simple but very good. He's still got that very simplistic moveset, and the fight goes a little fast. Fight goes by a little fast. We're on the dragon. The dragon. What's it called? Mystic Dragon. I like this boss. I like the second phase. I like how he goes into the background and attacks from the background. I like the effects on the boss. I like how it kind of has like that worm boss type thing. Like the body trailing behind him. The fireballs are kind of cool. Yeah, overall I like this boss. I like the dragon aesthetic. B. It goes in B. The music's pretty good. The Pingus. The Pingus boss. I like a lot of the attacks. I like the projectiles, like how it lights up all the areas where the projectiles will go, letting you have time to like dodge around them. And then he appears from the foreground into the background and attacks you. Like, I like that attack. And he gets faster. The second phase is just him getting faster. I think this hits that like good simple boss territory. Good kind of simple. He's pissing on the moon. Energorge. This boss is pretty cool. I like the way you have to reflect all the projectiles back at him. Like, he'll shoot these fire things, and he also shoots these rocks that you have to reflect back at him. And I like how you actually have to aim them at him. And then once you do that phase, he falls into the foreground, and you have to fight him in the foreground. I like that you have to fight him in the foreground. Got a lot to him. He's got a lot of really nice gimmicks. So I may put him above you. And like very, very good first and second phase structure. Next we got the Alien Beast. Oh yeah, this guy is also the start of the 3D bosses. I like the 3D bosses. They have some pretty good designs, and I like the way that they have like these cutscenes in the middle of them. Like Alien Beast has this cutscene in the middle. Alien Beast has a nice little cutscene in the middle. He has a very Ridley-esque moveset. I like the fact he can grab you. I like the chaoticness of the fight. Yeah, I'm putting him below Energorge a little bit because I think the gimmick for Energorge is a little bit better. Not quite A tier. The skeleton appears. Man, I don't know. Skeleton, I don't know. I might rank it higher just because skeleton. I don't know, we'll see. We may rank it higher because skeleton appears. But yeah, I like it overall. Like, another boss, you can reflect the bombs back at it. You can shoot them in the air and deal damage. The music is very fitting. I like the second phase. I like the fireball eyeball attack where he shoots out the fire from his eye. Yeah, I think he might be better in Energorge. Like, the animation's very nice on the skull. Very good fight. Yeah, we're gonna move over to the train, the Ghost Cat, I think it was called. Halloween Express. Yeah. I like the ghost cat thing. I like the idea behind that. I like the fight kind of progresses pretty nicely. The music is good. It's water flame music, so it was copyrighted, but yeah, it was a very good fight. I like him transforming into the ghost thing and then attacking you. I like the transition from the surface into the underground area. He's got a very simple but effective idea behind him. Like the projectiles he shoots and stuff. Storm Queen. Yeah, Storm Queen. This was a character. This was another one that was kind of redone in Scratch Fusion 2. I like the original fight. It's got a very nice like theme to it. I like the storm and like the earth attacks I think it uses and like the lightning smash. It's not that kind of view. Yeah, I like Storm Queen. She's pretty good. She got a pretty good design. Yeah, I like a lot of those designs are very nice. I like the idea behind the character. It's still a very simple fight, but I think it kind of elevates a little bit because it's just got a little bit of spark to it. And then now we got the Kamek fight. I like the Kamek fight. I think the Kamek fight kind of makes me rage a little bit. He's got a lot of health, and sometimes he kind of just like is in a position where you can't really attack him. I like the fact that it's based on the Mario Boss Edition version of him, and you can jump on him to deal damage. I like that part. He also spawns enemies in the later phase. Well, he doesn't really have a straight up phase transition, but he kind of just gets more attacks as he goes on. Yeah, I like the fight. He's kind of rough. Put him high C tier. He's a very difficult fight. Someone can make a smash or pass list if they want to. But yeah, I like Kamek was pretty good. I just think it was very difficult, a little overly difficult, to be honest. Like sometimes you could just fall and die, or just get comboed to death. Ooh. My downloads folder. I had a bunch of Mugen characters downloaded for the meme roster. I have to replenish my roster because I accidentally replaced my old roster with more character slots, so I have to re-put all the characters in. Devourer of Worlds. This fight was really cool. I like the way the music goes, like the way it switches the music up as you go through the phases. And he goes from like the fighting the hidden hands to like the doing the chase part of the fight. I really like that. Like, this fight's very good. Like, honestly, I put it like A because it's got so much like the really good flow to it. If you want to upload that, you totally can, but I'm not going to do it. If you want to edit that together and put that up on, like, you can even put it up on Scratch if you want to. Like, I'm not going to do it. Alright, that is everyone for SF1, at least the main videos. Now we're going to go up to these guys. Where did they go? Oh, man. Where is... There they are. Down here. Down here? Where is... Acid Refuge? Yeah, I like Acid Refuge. I'll put them on the list when I find them. Oh, there they are. They're up here. Yeah, I like Acid Refuge. How did they get separated? I don't know. Oh wait, Kami Only One's down there because he's in their video. Duh. Acid Refuge was fun. I like the music was very fitting with the fight. I like the acid barrel attack and the fact you have to go up and down. I think the fight was a little long though. It was very long. My only critique of the fight, very long. Did not feel like it needed to be that long, but it was pretty good. Pretty good concept behind it. And then we got the Starman. I thought the Starman was pretty cool. He had like I like the attack names at the top of the screen. I like the recreations of all the Earthbound stuff. And I like the background. Yeah, I thought Starman was pretty cool. Is it the only thing wrong with SF is the lack of hot? I don't know. We got... Yeah, we got Starman. I really liked him. He's going up here. Actually, I'm going to go put him up here. Because I like a lot about this boss. Okay, now we're going to put the final two of SF1. Which is going to be Gubra. Which is going to be Final Gubra, aka Gubra Fusion. As I have so affectionately named him, because he didn't really have an official name. So yeah, Gubra Fusion is going to be... He's a very good, like... I don't know, he's a very good, like, version of the fight that kind of has, like, this AU feel. He has a lot of unique attacks, and I like the idea that it's just, like, copying some of the other boss' attacks, but also doing a lot of his own attacks. I like how he does the bomb. I like how he throws like the bomb projectiles. It feels like a really chaotic bullet hell, and the music. I think the music is the best part of the fight. Like the music is very fitting, very chaotic, very crazy. Breakcore kind of fits really well with this type of fight, and the final phase is just like whack. The final phase is just whack, like crazy. The background is just like psychedelic, melting. Yeah, I'll put him up on the A, because he's got, like, again, I really like how he kind of takes all-in-one and makes him, like, crazier. Now we're going to go to Kami. So Kami all-in-one was... I don't know what the song is. Yeah, I don't really know what the song is. Yeah, Kami all-in-one. Kami All-in-One is basically my reinterpretation of All-in-One as, like, basically a Chaos Alphaless. I feel like he's a little bit more fair than OG All-in-One. He's kind of a mixture between, like, the survival phase of All-in-One and the first phase of the final part of the fight, where he summons, like, the little spike projectiles. Like, he'll fire the spiky projectiles. I'll put him at the top here. I don't know. I think he's probably at the top. I've heard that people have S ranked him. Like, people have P ranked him. X rank? I think X rank, yeah. I think people have X ranked him, and I'm just like, I don't know how you do that. He's a pretty tough fight. Like, especially going from the... Like, he's got the Chaos Alphaless, like, second phase, but also technically more to the second phase. Yeah, this is basically the if All-in-One and Gubra All-in-One took control. Yeah, I like but yeah, I added the final struggle phase. Instead of being like you shoot him to the side, you have to shoot him upwards because there's an upward shooting mechanic. I don't know. I thought that'd be fun to add. There was a specific music track I wanted to use, but apparently Scratch didn't like it very much. Which is like a remastered version. So I kind of just kept the regular final boss theme in there, and then I added the Sectonia final phase. Alrighty, we got the crystal. Alright, we're going into Scratch Fusion 2. This is like the modern day Scratch Fusion 2. We're doing the thing. We're moving into Scratch Fusion 2. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I might do it. I don't know. If I were to do it, I would kind of flavor it. I'm using D&D terms here. I would kind of flavor it as basically a nuclear meltdown. Like he's basically falling apart and fighting in desperation as all the souls are melting into some sort of like a soul soup. But yeah. Betty Long Chrysalis, aka basically like one of the first like SF2 bosses to be made, like the Crystal. I've seen a lot of people make the Crystal into a boss, like the dummy Crystal. I'll just call him Dummy Crystal. Yeah, I mean it's basically a test dummy. The dummy Crystal is kind of cool. For an SF2 boss, I think he's very, very simple. And I think he's a little too simple. Yeah, he's a little too simple in my opinion. That's why he kind of gets hit with the... Yeah, he's a little too simple. The animation's very nice, and I like the way he's structured. He doesn't really have that spice to him to really make him a truly fantastic boss. But yeah, he's a pretty good boss. Very, very simple. Snowman. I like Snowman. I think he takes a little bit too long, and also his attacks are a little bit rough to avoid because of the lack of iframes, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So essentially the Snowman has like the spike attack, and then that attack can kind of catch me sometimes, and I didn't really enjoy that. And it kind of hit me, and then I died. I don't know, that was rough, and I kind of felt like that was a little bit unfair, so I didn't really... This one was pretty decent. I'll put it like bottom here. I like the theming, and I like the Jack Frost stuff behind it. The Shin Megami Tensei reference. / Persona reference. Alrighty, now. I feel like we have our first S tier. Because I really like Bear 5. Bear 5 is a very good boss. Like, he's got, like, everything that I would want in, like, an S tier boss. He's got, like, very good, like, parry usage. I like the knives. I like the fact that he does, like, the meme jump scares. I like the colors. I feel like it's very much I want to be the guy. It very much feels like an I want to be the guy boss. And I really like the intermission with the weird wacky Mario. I like the little weird glitchy weird Mario, and then he goes into the weird tall Mario. And you have to deal with him while you're already dealing with Bear 5. And it doesn't feel overwhelming either. Like, it feels really nice to deflect all the knives. The sound effects are really good. Like, I really like Bear 5. I think he's a very good boss, and he deserves to be top tier. Ready first S. Yeah, he's got everything that I would want in like a high tier boss fight. I like the intro. I like the death animation. Yeah, everything I like. I like him. Yeah. Chaos 0. Chaos Zero is very nice, and I think he's very good. He's a very nice recreation. He kind of feels like the Mugen version of Chaos, while also kind of being like the version in Sonic Adventure. I like the boss fight. It was very fun, and he was very good. And I like the iframes he gets on some of his attacks. Like, you can't shoot him during some attacks. You can attack him during other phases, and I like the water effects that happen when you hit him. We got the Blover. There's a reason I have this here. Oops. Okay, I'll... Oh, we want to open this up. Alright, Nightshade. Yeah, the boss is called Nightshade. Yeah, I like the boss. It's got, like, a really fun gimmick with the... I think the backflip causes a kick that knocks the opponent back. I like that a lot. I also like the projectiles it shoots. I like the beams it shoots. I like the hammer type attack he throws. Yeah, overall I like this boss. I like the second phase. I think it's a nice little... Yeah, overall, pretty good boss. Very good. Good B tier boss. Kind of good, the epitome of a good B tier boss. The barrel. The barrel. Oh, I keep forgetting YouTube does that thing where it... Key moments. That's cool. Evil barrel. It's basically Belcha from the DK3. I like it because it kind of does a really good, like, you kill the enemy and then you parry it up into the boss to make it eat it, and then it knocks it back. I don't know how they did the where you have to knock the boss back into the pit, but I think they did a really good job at it. In terms of like a simple boss, I think like it hits high B tier. Like, it's a very simple boss, but the gimmicks are just done so well, and it's such a good recreation that I genuinely just... It's a very good boss. Again, just because a boss is listed in a specific tier doesn't mean I don't really like the boss, like, for what it accomplishes. I just think, like, S tier is, like, everything has to come together. Like, it all has to come together, and that's why the reason I'm talking about that is because I think Venom Krakow is the epitome of everything coming together. Like, Venom Krakow is a perfect recreation of Venom Krakow, while also being outfitted for Scratch Fusion, while also being, like, really cool. I really like the you have to spam parry to not hit the ground, so you can avoid his harder attacks. I also really like the parry the stars upwards into his body. Yeah, like, I really like Venom Krakow. I feel like, yeah, no, Venom Krakow is very much probably one of the more famous projects for SF2. I really like Venom Krakow. I think he's definitely an S. In terms of, like, I don't know. The only reason I don't put him above Bear 5 is because I think Bear 5 has his own identity. Bear 5 is very, like, specifically, like, when you think of Scratch Fusion whack, Scratch Fusion, like, personality. Yeah, oh no, Moss Mandy, I think that's what they're called? Yeah. Yeah, I follow. Yeah, I really like their Kirby bosses. So when I found out they made a boss for SF2, I was just like, whoa, that's crazy, bro. We gotta... Yeah, I really like Venom Krakow. He was a very nice, like, two-phase boss. And I like the parry the stars, like you would with Kirby. Yeah, everything just comes together. Alright, we got Geo. Geo. I like this boss. I think he's a little too simple, though. Like, I like the fact you have to run around the arena. Like, he kind of does the attack that forces you to run around the arena. A lot of his attacks force you to move around the arena a lot, which is cool. I like the background. I just think the design is a little too simple, and I think the attacks are too simple. So yeah, I'm gonna put it down here. I just feel like, yeah, it's a little too simple. Yeah, the attacks aren't really not really that interesting, and they don't really force you into like trying to play better to deal with them, and it's not really the kind of easy boss that's like higher quality. We got Beady Longlegs, yeah, Baldy Longlegs from Pikmin. This boss has a lot of cool ideas behind him, and I like the fact it's basically just a recreation. Like, you dodge around the legs and you shoot the main body. Like, other than that, it's like another really, really simple one. It's a good kind of simple though, but again, it's very, very simple. And you just shoot the body in it. Yeah, I mean, in terms of a recreation, it's pretty good. We got the Nokia boss. A Nokia phone from Hedgehog Toenails. I like the original fight. I think it holds up pretty well, and I like this one a decent bit. I think he's a little bit too simplistic, just because it's mostly just the ball dropping attack and the sweeping the ground. Kind of wish he had a few more attacks. Like the original's like laser attack and like the cutter attack, I think it was. Yeah, he's a little too simple in my opinion, so I'm gonna put him down here. Okay, Wilhelm. Wilhelm is very, like, I don't know, I think the design is very cute. I really like the design. I think he's a fun little boss. He's got fun little mechanics. He's a funny little guy. He's just a funny little guy, to be honest. He shoots like the little projectiles at you. You have to parry certain projectiles from this boss. And the way that he moves into the second phase, I like how the music gets a little bit faster. And when you parry the projectiles, he does the Wilhelm scream. I also like the custom health bar. It's fun. Yeah, I like this boss. It's very fun. I like the shockwave he does. I like the projectiles. I like the stuff. Ooh, nice. We got to these guys. This guy, Limbic Remnant, and Foxbox, and Box Theory. So in terms of like the Sewer Tadpole, I think he's a pretty fun boss. He's one of the first Scratch Fusion bosses to be very like fast paced and very difficult. Like the dashes and the projectiles and the sort of reliance on parries, but not really. The big parry bosses, I don't think are. I guess Bear 5 kind of counts as a parry heavy boss. Yeah, I like Sewer Tadpole. He's a really fun fight. I think he goes in the low A tier because he's got a lot of stuff I really like. I like the tail sweep. I like the stuff like that. The second phase though is just a much faster version of the first phase, which is cool. I just don't really. I don't know. I think it's a little bit better when they iterate more in the second phase. Yeah, I liked it. I like the fight overall. The design is very cute. And I like the special effects that were added, like the parry sound. Alright, we got to generic iBoss. We got to Geb. I like him. He's a nice little parody of Kirby bosses. I included him because I thought it would just be fun. The parrying is pretty good. You parry the projectiles back at him. I like this boss. Yeah, and very, very simple. Yeah, this is Geb. This is the GEB. I like that you can only damage him by parrying. That's a pretty nice little mechanic. But again, he's a very simple boss. So he's going down here. He's not a bad boss. He's very easy. And he's got the little minions that shoot at you, I think. But yeah, I know. Yeah, he's a joke boss. Yeah, I mean, for being a joke boss, he's pretty good. Moth Knight. This is another boss you can only beat by parrying. You can only beat him by parrying one specific move. I think in terms of pacing, this fight is decent. I just think that it takes a little bit. It takes a little bit to get going, and also the fight has not too many attacks, so I'm going to put it in C. I like he seems pretty Hollow Knight. He's pretty Hollow Knight inspired to me. He looks pretty Hollow Knight-esque to me. Alright, next up we got the Joy Kill. So this boss has got some pretty good aspects to him. I like the phases. I like how he switches from shooting projectiles at you to like the background phase. And I like the little, where he does little crazy stuff and moves around the screen and then he dies when you shoot him enough. I like this boss. He's pretty good. He's got a fun bit of stuff to him. I like the design. And I think the music is very fitting with him. So yeah, I'm going to put him in low B. He's a very low B tier boss. He's not simple. He's not too simplistic, but he's also not too complicated either, so he's going to go on the B tier. Next up, we got the first boss in the Jaximus Saga. In terms of sagas, they're going to be ranked as they appear. So yeah, I like Jaximus. I think he's got a pretty good moveset. He very much feels like Meta Knight. Or the Matte boss I made. He's got that nice little... He's got a nice bit of attacks you can parry. Dodging him is fun. I think the Meta Knight theme works really well. Yeah, B tier. Very decent B tier boss. The three goofy dudes. They're a little bit goofy up in here. I like these guys. This is a nice little boss fight that has like 3 separate bosses, and they each kind of go in and attack you at different times. And I like the different songs that play. I like I don't know, I thought it was a very memey boss fight. I thought it was a pretty fun little memey boss fight. It doesn't feel overwhelming, as I thought it would. Like, I think the Soilwork phase is like the only one that's kind of overwhelming. I mean, the first phase is really easy. And the last phase is a little bit confusing, but I kind of got a handle of it. So yeah, B tier. This is a very charming boss fight. Next up, we got the last Scratch Fusion Final Judgment. I should have included this in the SF1 ranking, but I didn't realize it. But yeah, we're gonna rank these dudes. The demon. The demon's a pretty fun boss. The Great Demon King, Demon Lord, something. The Grand Demon. I like this boss. I like the part where he's chasing you. I like the part where you start off by, like, he sweeps the foreground and he slams the ground, creating these spikes. I like the skulls he shoots. He's got a pretty cool, like, theming to him. He has, like, the Astrobot music. I really like this design. His design kind of gives that, like, intimidating aura to him. We have the champion. I like his taunting is pretty fun, and his rapid punches. I like that you can only attack him during certain times when he's not taunting or attacking you. You can only shoot him at certain times during the fight. Yeah, I like this boss. I don't like him as much as the Grand Demon. I don't like his design as much as the Grand Demon, but I do like him design-wise. Hello. Alright, we got Phillips. Honestly, I think we may be putting Phillips in the S tier, because Phillips is a very good boss. I really like the Phillips reinterpretation. It feels like a much better version of what I had in mind. Like, the first phase is, like, pretty simple. He's got a decent bit of attacks. He's got the slam. He's got the separation attack. And I like the fact that it's the second phase into a bunch of other phases. He's like the big dragon, and the music is, like, really good. Phillips, the dragon phase is really cool. I like the fact that you have to destroy different parts of the dragon. I really like those parts. And then the final phase is really cool because it's like dodging around this... dodging up and down through this space area. The projectiles are really cool. Yeah, I think it'd be S, realistically. I don't know. The only thing I really don't like is the last phase has a bit of, like, spam. And I don't really like the spam in the last phase. So I don't know. I'll put it at top A tier. Just because I think there's a little bit of spam in the last phase that I really don't like. But other than that, I really like the fight. The very, very last phase where you like to shoot him and you have to stop him from doing his final attack is really cool. This is another one of mine. Orby, not Orby. Hard as hell, yeah. Not Orby is a pretty good boss. I don't know. Looking back on him, he's very simple, and he's kind of just meant to be like fake Pepino-esque boss, where he kind of goes from a regular first phase to being weird using your attacks. In terms of the mine bosses, yeah, he's going right there. I kind of wish I did more with the background. I kind of wish I did a little bit more with him. As of right now, he's just simple. A little simple. Clay per Master. I quite like Claper Master. Claper Master and Claper Fighter, and then especially Eraser Messer. Those are really good bosses. Claper Master is probably... I like Claper Master. The only attack I don't like from him is the one that insta-kills you. The OKO attack. The one with the little demon things that fly at you. That's the only attack I don't like. I like the Cuphead type transformations. The fact the boss turns into different versions of himself throughout the fight, and then the final phase is like pretty chaotic and crazy. very high B tier. High B tier, we're talking. Yeah, I just don't like the OKO attack. The attack that kills you instantly. Other than that, I really like the fight. It's a pretty good paced fight, and the music is custom. Oh, JB. The first JB fight. I don't think I have EX in here, but if EX were in here, he would be like probably A tier because he's very good. I like the transition between the first and second phase, and I really like the music. This version of the fight is really good too. I like him. Yeah, there's one attack from Clyper Master that just, I think, one-shots you. There's like the little shadow things that go across the screen. If you touch one of them, it actually just kills you. At least that's how it was when I first played the project. I don't know if it was changed. I don't know if it was changed in another version. So JB he's very fun. He kind of feels a bit like a Meta Knight fight too, because he zips around the screen and he does very telegraphed attacks. And I like the telegraphing on a lot of his attacks. And I like how each kind of like he gets more and more like he can switch up his moves and jump around and dodge his attacks more. I really like it. I changed the music because I didn't know if they would hit me for the Sonic song, for the Kellen Quinn song. Yeah, A tier. Very good fight. Alright, Limbic Remnant. So I quite like Limbic Remnant. The only thing I have to say about him is there is a bit of an exploit I found, unintentionally, where I kind of force him to do the uppercut attack over and over again. Now, I really like the fight. I like the music, and I like how I really like the design, and the sword looks really cool. The second phase kind of fixes a lot of the issues I had, because he gets a lot more fast, and he gets a lot more, like, hectic. He does a lot more attacks. Yeah, I like the shockwave attack he does, and I like the slashes. The quick slash is really cool. This is yet another boss that very much forces you to play around him. Like, it's a very fast-paced one. Alright, Eggman and Dr. Robotnik. This is a really fun boss. I really like his attacks. I like the projectiles. I like the meme-esque attacks, the promotion attack. Like, this boss overall is just themed really well. And I think the music works really well too. So yeah, we're going in A tier. Yeah, this guy's going in A tier. He's got a lot of really fun stuff for his attacks. Honestly, off topic, I'd like to see everyone else's like rankings of the bosses. I'd like to see everyone else's like interpretations and rankings of the bosses, either on the Discord or somewhere else on Scratch. I think that'd just be fun. The Gast rematch for SF2. I think this is a better version of the fight because I like the potions. I like the attacks are a little bit more interesting. He shoots different projectiles now. I added the different music track because I thought that would be more fitting. The second phase is kind of cool where he goes big and he uses the tentacles and attacks you from all angles. Yeah, I think he's just got a cool stuff behind him. He's very much a low B tier. He kind of has that low B tier quality to him. I don't really like him too much, but I think he's a pretty well designed boss overall. And he's got a lot of fun aspects. I think he's definitely an improvement over the original fight. Yeah, the original's like down here. Yeah. Anti-red. I really like this boss. This is a pretty fun boss. His attacks are very... He's got a really nice selection of attacks. I like how he kind of changes up his attacks, like the dash to the left and then immediate dash to the right. And I like the spinning attack, where he spins around and does the water spin, I think it was. Yeah, they're very polished. And I really like the designs, even though they're lifted from a different game. And the arenas are really cool too, and the music is very fitting. Yeah, we're going up, A tier. A tier, yeah. Put him up there. A tier, yeah. So that's about where I'd put him. Friend, best friend, I don't know, weird regulars. Okay, yeah, Aquatail. The regular show doll. I didn't mind it. It was a little bit too simple for my taste. The slam attack is kind of cool. The projectiles were decent. Overall, yeah, I'd say it's a little too simple. Yeah, it's a little too simplistic for me. Not really too much to it. About there. Happy Ball. This boss has a nice little twist to it. I like the fact that it goes from like a normal boss to kind of a creepy boss. And the attacks are very like fun. Like it's got the projectiles that do different things and the other types of projectiles. Yeah, pretty good boss overall. I like the plot twist. Alright, yeah, I might speed up a little bit with these later ones. It's been about 2 hours. Alright, we got this guy, I don't remember who this is. My brain is mush. Crystal of Doom. So the Crystal of Doom is a pretty interesting little boss fight. I think he's pretty creative. He's got the little minions that attack as well, and the projectiles that he shoots, and he slams the ground with his arms. He's pretty good, even though he's still a little bit simple. I put him over here-ish. Yeah, but he's got a good bit of I like the theming, I like the design. Catworm. Yeah, Catworm's pretty fun. He's got the projectiles. He definitely feels like a first boss, because he is the first boss of the S-Bot Saga. He fires the projectiles, you parry them back at him, and it does extra damage. You can shoot ahead to do more damage. Yeah, I liked it. It's a pretty good, simple boss. Yeah, simple boss, simple patterns. I thought it was pretty fun. Kind of strikes that good balance. I like the design. Owl. The owl's the design's pretty simple, and the boss itself has not really got much in terms of attacks other than the feathers falling and you parry the feathers. Yeah, I don't know, like C-ish. It's not too bad. It's a pretty good boss. I'll put you down here. Yeah, I think it just kind of, there's not much to him, and the design is a little bit too simplistic in my opinion. But I like the parrying the projectiles back at him to do more damage. Other than that, the fight's the Keeper's Last Stand. This is a pretty cool, interesting fight. I like the barrier that blocks projectiles. I like how he gets more as the fight goes on. And I like that this is the start of the newer versions of his fights, which have more stuff going on. So I like the chaotic nature of these fights. I like how the double jump is used and the dash is used. Yeah. Ooh, yes. We have the Scratch Cat. The newer Scratch Cat fight. Kind of like normal cat-ish. It's very much like the final boss in Pizza Tower, but also kind of normal cat-ish. I like the chaoticness of the fight, and I like the projectiles, and I like the three phases are pretty distinct with newish attacks being introduced every time. I like how the fight gets more chaotic as it goes on until it gets to the final phase. The fights this guy makes are really good. You'll see some of these in like S tier. This is like very high A tier. Very high A tier fight. Very creative, very fun mechanics. I like to parry the balls back at him to deal more damage. This is another one of mine. This is the Dinosaur King. Very K-Rool-ish, mixed with Toho. Put him about here. I don't know. In terms of the bosses I've made, he was very much a random idea I had. I just decided to turn into a boss. Yeah, I like him. I kind of like the way I drew his crown. It's kind of cute. He's not a boss I look back at with scorn. Alright. The robot. This boss is kind of cool. I like you get to shoot his head to deal damage to him. You can parry the projectiles back at him. Like you can climb his body. He's got some pretty creative aspects to him. I wouldn't say he's truly fantastic though. He's still a little bit too simple to put any higher. Next up we got the Death Purple Lucky Block. The DPL. The DPLB. I think this guy was remade for X too. I used the harder version of him because I thought it was more fun. He's got a decent pattern and he's pretty good for a first boss of an arc. I put him above. He's got some good theming to him. I like the music. Ooh, we got Epinephrine. I really like Epinephrine. I think the way Epinephrine is he's a very good boss. And the way he progresses is really fun. And I like the references to past bosses. And yeah, I really like it. It's very good. It's got a lot to him. I realized there was an update to him, and I didn't play the update because I didn't think... I don't know. I didn't play the new update. I just know there was a new update to the boss. I thought the cutscene was pretty funny. Yeah, very much S tier boss. Maybe even above Bear 5. Yeah, it's really fun. I like the background. I like the presentation. Yeah, I like the background and presentation a lot. Troll. Troll face boss. In terms of like uniqueness, I think he's really fun. He's very much got the like, you dodge around him, you parry his knives. I really like how his attacks can sometimes like, they flash a thing on the screen, like trolled, and like it adds to a lot of personality. There's a lot of personality to that fight. Oh yeah, A tier. And there's also I also really like the random chance for the boss to enter a hard mode. The boss will randomly enter a hard mode, which is pretty cool. scissors. This is a boss inspired by, I think it was Paper Mario. Paper Mario Origami King. And yeah, I liked it. I liked how you dodge around him for the first phase, and then he attacks you directly for the second phase. Although he only really has one attack for the second phase, and also the first phase, so yeah. I'm gonna have to dock him a little bit for that, but I like the fight otherwise. Yeah, I also kind of expected him to insta-kill you, because that's what he does in the main game. Shogun Demon. I like the music. I like the background too. I think his attacks were pretty fun. And I think his design is very good. He's got a pretty nice design overall. And the attacks are pretty good. Yeah, put him in low B tier. He's not really got the big like wow factors to put him above B tier, but he's not like bad. He's pretty well designed for what he is. Point Rico. Point Rico is pretty fun. I really like the music, and I think the way the fight is. I like the feather attack. I like the way he jumps around, the way he shoots the little bouncing birds. I think his design is also very cute and very good. Like, he's got the arms, and he spins his arms around when he does his attacks. I think it's very creative. Very high B tier. Yeah, he's got like one phase, which makes him go down a little bit, but I think he's a very good boss for what he is. Gunblin. Gunblin's pretty fun. I like the way you parry the attacks back at him, and then you punch him like you would in Pizza Tower. Like, he's got a very fun little moveset, and I like the parrying his attacks, and I like the time limit's also a pretty decent addition. The time limit doesn't really affect the fight too much, and it doesn't really force me to, like, it doesn't really convince me that I need to go really fast. It kind of feels like an addition to the fight rather than like a primary thing in the fight. Yeah, I like him. I like his design a lot. He's got the goofy. Speaking of that, three little brats, I think they're called. It's based on that one boss from Mario Land 2. This boss is gonna go really low. I don't hate the boss, I just think it's like way too simple. And I think the music choice is also very like eh. The boss jumps around, it kind of runs from left to right sometimes when the other version's out. Like, it's one after another. I get what they were going for. I just don't really like it that much, to be honest. It's gonna go down there. Feels like regular enemy. Super Drunk. So in terms of accuracy, Super Drunk is very accurate to the source. Like, he throws the bottles, he bounces around, and, that's about it. I think he goes into a rage mode when you don't immediately pop him after you get him. I don't know. I like how he kind of goes into the bubble like the original Bubble fight, where you have to pop the bubble to kill him. If we're judging by accuracy, yeah, Super Drunk is very good. But if we're talking like the actual boss fight, I mean, it's decent. It's not bad. I like how the design was like custom made for Scratch. Kind of a modified Scratch Cat sprite. Oh, now we're on Unbream. Unbream is fun. I like the Fortran fight. He jumps and he does the slot machine attack. I really like it. I like how in the second phase, it gets a little bit more chaotic, more difficult. Yeah, A tier. He's got fun. The way he jumps up and down, and then he does the shockwave in the second phase. Yeah, I like how the fight gets a little bit harder as it goes on. Ooh, Foxbox. No, honestly, I'm trying to think about whether or not I want A or S tier. Like, I'm gonna have to say A tier because he's a very, very fun boss. And the fight is very, like, good to just play. Like, running around, dodging his attacks, like, really accurately. Like, the way you dodge his attacks is really nice. He has that little delay. It feels really hard at first, but then the way he's very aggressive and you can dodge around his attacks. Yeah, I really like Foxbox. He's a very good boss. And I like his design. I just like the whole vibe of this boss. I'm going to put you up there. Because the feel of this boss is really good. Oh no. Well, I mean, we're at Furt. After the first fight I made with him as a joke. This fight is also a joke. And it got re-uploaded. It got re-uploaded because there was a jump scare. Scratch didn't like the fact that there was a not scary jump scare. Scratch didn't like the fact that there was a not scary jump scare. I like Furt. He's not... I don't know. Looking back on him, he's actually pretty well made on my end. He kind of... I mean, after the first two phases, he kind of mixes it up. I don't even think I was inspired by too much for this guy. I think I just put a bunch of random ideas together and I was just like, yeah, this will work for a Furt boss fight. If I were to make a boss fight with this joke character I made. Crystal Golem. The Crystal Golem. I like the fact you have to parry the crystals back at him to deal damage. Oh yeah, by the way, this is the S-Bot arc. This all is S-Bot arc. Yeah, I like the fact you parry his projectiles at him. The insta-kill is, like, I'm mixed on it. Like, when he reaches you, he insta-kills you. I feel like it's decent. The boss definitely goes above, like, it definitely goes into B tier. I think maybe low B tier. He's pretty easy to get into a loop of knocking him back until he basically goes off screen. Cat Engineer. I like this boss. I think some of his attacks have really weird hitboxes, though. And I think deflecting the missiles can sometimes not hit him. Yeah, I really like this boss. I mean, he's another cat boss. No, I like it. So yet another cat boss. The cat design is, like, fine. He kind of has, like, that old school villain feel. The Eggman old school villain. I like how he operates his arms when he moves around the machine. Down here-ish, yeah. I feel like the Outstander is a little bit better. Scratch Fusioneer. This one's like another, like, not Scratch Cat fight where you rush after him and shoot him. I don't know. I liked it. I don't know. I think the concept was just done way better with Normal Cat and Scratch Fusion 1. The version of Scratch Fusion 1 that was made by Timothy. Yeah. Good concept, but done better. I like the concept, but I think it was done better. Alrighty. Next up we have the health bar. You fight the health bar. I thought it was a fun concept. You shoot the health bar and it fires projectiles at you and it dashes around. I like it. It's like a fun idea. I know a few people tried to make the health bar into a boss. It's a very fun little concept. Collector, I think his name was. Yeah, he's pretty fun. I think he's got some fun attacks. The stuff he throws at you is kind of cool. You shoot the head to deal damage again. I like the weak point idea. The keyless aliens. I like this being a reference to an older project he made. I like the attacks. I like how the boss is structured. Like the different phases with different aliens. And then as you go further, you eventually get to the big guy at the end. Yeah, I like the ending to it. Alright. We're hitting the final stretch. We're at the cat outstander. This is basically a prelude to the final phase. It's not bad. I just like the actual fight a little bit better. It's decent for what it is, and I like parrying the projectiles back at him. So Catovision is the actual boss. And I think he's a pretty cool idea. I like the fact he rolls around and you have to, when you shoot him, he parries your attack and teleports around. It's a little change up from being just hit by the attacks. I like the projectiles he shoots. I like the fact he can teleport and then roll as a spike ball on you. He has a very normal cat-esque like barrage of projectiles. And the final phase is like the first like super Scratch version. Like the first like Scratch power up. I like how it's done. As like a normal final boss, I think he's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, I'd say like high B tier. Very high B tier. All 2-1. Yeah, all 2-1's a pretty cool fight. He's a very nice way of like making a newer version of All-in-One. I like the fact his phases are pretty cool. He has previous references to the bosses. He creates like new versions of older bosses. Yeah, I like it. I just think the fight the fight kind of runs long, to be honest. He has a lot of health. And I think he has one too many phases. I kind of wish he had a little less phases. Yeah, you'll go up here. Low A tier. Alright, Envied. Yeah, I like this boss. Yeah, he's got... it's another one of the mutant bosses. In terms of the mutant bosses, I think he's very fun. I like how he flies over you and does the big ball attack. The music is a little bit different. I like the design, even though it's lifted from something else. Yeah, second phase. Yeah. Put you maybe a little bit below him. I think I like Anti-Red a little bit better. Stick. The previous protagonist. The Stick. I like him. I think Stick is kind of a fun little boss. I like the melee. You have to dodge around him and avoid his melee attacks. And the music is pretty fitting. This is part 7. I think part 7 is honestly like one of my favorite ones to have recorded. Luen. Luen's pretty fun. I think it's got a pretty simplistic moveset, and the projectiles are kind of fun to avoid. And I like the ballerina type idea and the stage background. I like the design. Really like the design. It kind of spins and then moves around. I think she's got a lot of fun to her. I think definitely deserving of that high B tier, and the music is very nice and works really well with the fight, and it doesn't really take too long. These two, Bigger Boo. I like Bigger Boo. It's very much just a recreation of the Yoshi's Island fight. Like, you have to shoot it while it's not, where you're not looking at it, and you have to hit the mirrors. I think Robot Kamek is probably the funnier part of the fight. I like the fact he gets bigger like the original fight. The only thing I really don't like is the sound of the wings, because it can get kind of annoying hearing the wing flapping all the time. Like, yeah, you know, reflecting the projectiles back from the mirrors is really fun. Yeah, I like, he's basically a good recreation. Yeah, other than some minor stuff. Tap Tap Red Nose. This fight was pretty mixed for me. The fight is genuinely kind of a little bit unfair at points. Sometimes you could just get knocked into the lava and just get screwed. And then sometimes you knock him into the lava and he kind of doesn't do anything. I don't know. You have to wait till the end, and it feels like a nice little, like, move through the level, and then you get to the boss area where you drop him into the lava. I think that's pretty cool. Like, you goad him into jumping on the platforms and then falling in. Is that like B-ish? High B-ish. Yeah, I like that Mecha Kamek helps. Next up, we got the background. We have the trend of fighting random aspects of the game. In this one, we have the literal background. We're fighting the literal background. I think this fight is actually pretty fun. The music, the original music for this fight is like, eh. I switched it out for a different theme. The boss, like, slowly gets more faster as it goes. Like, it adds more attacks. Like, it switches to different backgrounds that have different properties, which is pretty cool, actually. I like hitting the different boxes to make the background change. The attack, you just touch the code block and attack him with the code block. Yeah, actually, A tier, honestly. Yeah, this is actually a very fun boss. I think it's funny to make the background into a boss. Blue, the stick man. Blue man. Blue man group. Yeah, he's a pretty fun concept. I like the music. I like the way he does the sing, the wave around himself. Yeah, he's pretty. Yeah, I'd say like high C tier for this guy. I enjoyed him for the short time he was in the fight. Dugo. Honestly, I think Dugo's really fun. I think his design is fun. The music was really fun. I like the Ganondorf type, like, ping pong. You reflect the projectile, and then he has a chance to reflect it back at you, and then you kind of do that, and it's really fun. And I like the background shifting in the phase 2. And I think the Underfell music really... I think the Delta Traveler music works really well for this guy. He's going up. He's going up there, honestly. Like, he would be simple, but there's so much to him that makes him not simple. There's a lot of small details I really like. Oh, Thanoid. I need to drink more. My throat is getting really dry. We're kind of in the home stretch, actually. So Thanoid. I really like Thanoid. We're getting to the ones I really like at the end here. Like, Thanoid is just really fun. I like the fact that you recover your health as you hit him, I'm pretty sure. Or is that a different boss? No. I like the way that his health is kind of calculated by, like, you kind of, like, hit him and it kind of, like, takes portions of his health down. Oh, yeah. When you parry him, you get health back. That mechanic is probably my favorite, when you can parry him and get your health back, because it rewards you for parrying. like you parry him with different like combos, and then he does like the Zawardo attack. Yeah, I really like his way. I really like his pattern. Not quite S tier though. Not quite in that S tier category. Oh, okay, yeah, see ya. All right, Dual Tool, the little turtle shell looking guy. I thought he was pretty fun. I think he's also another really simple one. The minions are kind of fun. And I like the kind of like the Koopaling type attacks. I think he's just a pretty solid boss overall. He's got that big regular enemy feel. Okay, we got the Ghost. What is it called? Supreme Wraith. Supreme Wraith is kind of fun. I thought he had like a cool like first phase and the second phase. The background shifts and the lasers. And I like the projectiles he uses. And he's got a very cute design. I like the ghost design. Very high B tier. Get a lot of B tiers. Which is good, because a lot of these bosses are actually pretty good. Claper Fighter. Now this one's probably going to get a high A tier placement. Because he's got a lot of stuff I really like. I like the phases. I like the fact that he switches from like the regular humanoid phase into the background, and you shoot the hands, and then you think the fight's done, and then he moves into the foreground, and he turns into Hydra. I like the Cuphead type flow of attacks. The original music the fight had was actually pretty fitting. Like I like that the person who made it is voicing it himself. Like I really respect that. If you voice your own project, because it takes a lot to do your own voice work. Smiley. I thought this boss was fun. The design was pretty cool. I liked the background. I thought he was a very cool little boss. I like the little, like, the black, like, stuff he shoots out. The little projectiles he shoots. He's really well animated, too. Yeah, I'll put him above. Put him a little bit below the Supreme Wraith, because I liked him a little bit more. The stick will go down here a little bit further. I didn't like him quite as much as I liked Claper Master and Tap Tap. Japed. Japed is really fun. I think this boss is really cool because he does like the slam attack. He zips around. He does like the attack where he goes in the middle and he spins and he shoots. Like that's really cool. And I like the attack where he turns his head into a hammer and he slams in the ground. And the background and the atmosphere is really nice. I think I liked him more than Anti-Red. Yeah, I liked him. He gets to move up. Gets to move up in life. He's a little bit higher than some of the other A tiers. I don't like him as much as Normal Cat and Deleter and the other and Scratch Fusion 1. Deerclops. Oh, cool. Yeah. In terms of the reference. Yeah, Deerclops is... I like Deerclops. He's very much a recreation of the original Deerclops fight, and I think he's got a little bit too much health, to be honest. Like, I don't know. I think I like him, but he has a little bit too much health. He's going in the C. Yeah, C. He's also very simple. This boss. Susie, I think she's called, yeah. Man, that's a crazy. I remember those old like Plants vs Zombies inspired projects. This boss is kind of fun. I just think the shield is a little bit like unnecessary. The boss is kind of fun. I think it's kind of a simple one. I don't like it as much as Scissors. I'll put you down near a little bit more than Super Drunk. Alright, we got the first one of the Akamati arc. Akamanti arc, whatever it's, I think that's what it's called. This was a fun boss. You can kind of like cheese the second phase because the projectiles go through him and it kills him really fast. Yeah, I like this boss overall. I mean, I don't think there was any music. Yeah, it was a pretty good boss overall. I think it's probably not my favorite in this arc. Mother Maiden is much better, in my opinion. I quite like Mother Maiden. I like the background. I like the atmosphere. I like the music. The music was very nice. I like the broom attack. I like the fact that she kind of has like a weird spell card thing in between phases to mark that she's switching phases. Yeah, A tier, to be honest. Would have been A tier. Now it is time for the Prime. This is another one of those fan favorites. Prime is really good. Prime is a really nice recreation from Ultra Kill. The Minos. Prepare thyself. I don't know. I try that. He's got like, I like the parrying. I really like the parrying, how it knocks him back. I like the voice lines. I think the joke is pretty funny too. Like, he's just a really good gameplay fight. Like, it's very hard to match him in terms of like sheer good gameplay. Everything kind of comes together. Now we got the Professor Z saga. Cyclops is, very, very simple. First boss, very simple. You knock his rocks back at him. Yeah, he's basically it. You shoot him. That's basically all his attacks. The second phase is nice because he goes in the background. The Wyvern, I think he's a little bit worse than the Cyclops because he doesn't really have a gimmick to help him out. He just kind of fights you directly, and I like his hitboxes are actually really nice for what they are. Yeah, I like this guy a little bit more than I like him. Alright, Stomper. This guy, I really like this guy because he's very much inspired by the Mega Leg boss. I like that you can only shoot his brain, and you have to lure the missiles to attack the thing. This boss is really cool, and I really like the gimmick. You're going at the bottom of A tier. Very creative and very good. And surprisingly, it's pretty easy to climb him, and it works pretty well. 3D Professor Z. Now this fight it's a very nice little preview to the real Professor Z fight. I think it's actually a pretty bit different than regular Professor Z. Overall, I think this fight's really cool. I think Professor Z's design is very good. Yeah, I don't know. I think Professor Z's design is very good. And I like the arc because it's simple. It very much has like that adventure, go through the thing, do the thing. Metal Scratch. Another Scratch doppelganger, but this one is not just using the Scratch Cat model. This one's like using a 3D model, and I think this one looks pretty good. I like him using basically weird versions of your own attacks. Like, and flying around and boosting around, and you attack him. Yeah, I think the fight is like, the music is very fitting. It's a low A tier vibe. Yeah, put him above this guy because I like the idea of him a little bit more. Yeah, put you up here. The desert monster. The sandworm. Desert worm? Desert sand monster, yeah. He's pretty cool. I like the Cyclops idea. I think he's a little bit, like, generic. He has some pretty fun attacks, and I like the tail swipes, and I like the grab. Nah, he's not, like, really good, so I'd put him, like, B-ish. Around here. Around here sounds about right. Above the barrel. The Experiment Z. Z1. He's pretty fun. I like the gimmick of having to reflect his little projectiles back at him. Deal damage to him by reflecting his projectiles. Other than that, the fight. I like the music. I like the clock music. Got a nice little gimmick to him. Ooh, Spore Spawn. This is a really good boss. I like the way that it kind of takes the spore, like translates Spore Spawn really well. You shoot the inside of him, he drops the spores on you. Yeah. A tier, very high quality fight. I like the model, I like everything. Peppino. Honestly, I think Peppino may be A tier, S tier. Low S tier. Like, he's got a lot that I really like. I like that the fight is pretty... It's hard to learn, but once you do learn it, it's got a very good payoff to it. And I think my favorite attack is probably the one that he grabs you and he finishes you off by doing the combo from the main game. And he's got his own victory animation, and he summons the noise. Oh, censored. Yeah, I really like the censored fight. His background is really cool, and I like the lasers he shoots, and you have to reflect his projectiles to deal any damage to him. He's just a really creative idea. Yeah, put him on high A tier. The star... yeah, these guys. Oh, man. Look, I don't remember their name. I'm just going into the playlist to check their name. Fallen Star or more. Yeah, A more. Fallen Star or more. I like this fight because it's like... It's paced really well. Like, you attack them and you're chasing after them, and then you go into the second phase where you're chasing after them more. The music changes again. This guy... Sniper Bot. I like the fact that there's like starts with 1 and then it goes to 2. Yeah, it gets more complicated as the fight goes on. You dodge the Girardi. And I like the reference that it's like referencing TF2. Alright, the rematch against the Train. I think this train fight version is better than a lot better than the original. Like, the original's down here. This version going all the way up here. Okay, maybe it has a lot of health. I think the music is really fitting for the fight, and I like my favorite part about the fight is probably the twist, where it reveals it's actually a dragon inside the train. Like, it's really cool. I like how it like shoots projectiles out of it. Yeah, I just really like the idea behind the fight. I like it basically making a better version of the train. Oh, I don't remember the name. I'm so sorry, my Friday Night Funkin' enjoyers. Bambi, yeah. It is very late. Bambi, he's fun. He's very simple and he's got a very simple moveset. I like the way he kind of changes up and gets a little bit more aggressive in his last phase. I actually saw that this person actually made a fight for the Scratch Cuphead boss contest, which was kind of funny. I think that was just cool. Yeah, I mean, yeah, totally. I think those are cool videos. I like watching the Cuphead boss contest videos. And I saw the Scratch boss fight for them. That was pretty cool. Put you up here, put you ish here, put you here ish, yeah. Again, he's yeah. I like the theming a lot. And I like the music. Ouija. Ouija's pretty cool. I think he's very long. Kind of gets knocked a little bit down for being really long. I've heard he's from a Roblox game. The fight itself is a reference to a Roblox game. I like the way the eyes follow you. And I like the music. Yeah. Tim. Tim's very fun. I like the hammer attack that creates the shockwave. You can only attack him when he's attacking, which also makes it very strategic how you fight him. The only thing I have to say is sometimes it would cause my Scratch to crash if it loaded, sometimes because it loaded in the second phase, because the second phase has a lot of assets. I like the ending cutscene's pretty funny too. SpongeBob ADHD. This is another really fun one. Put him in high A tier. He's a very long fight, but it also kind of paces it really well because you get a lot of health and you know how to. Once you learn the first few phases, you kind of learn the later phases too. And the background switches, and this fight is basically just utter chaos. I really like the utter chaosness of this fight. Blocks Bros. It's a pretty good duo fight overall. Like, I like the fact that they each attack on their own. They kind of recover their own health with the cola. Once you knock out one, the other one, you have to kill the other one too before they both die. B. Hover Buggy, yeah, that's what he's called. Yeah, it's a very simple boss. It's also very well designed. C, I see. He's a very good for a first boss. Metal Crusher. Another very good early boss. You attack him. I like the fact that you attack him and then you kind of knock away a part of his health when you parry him, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, and then I like he slams his arms and creates shockwaves. Up here. Oh man. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Quick few minute break. Okay, we are back. Oh, we are back. Mr. Hand. Yeah. This is a pretty decent recreation of Master Hand. I think it might be just be Master Hand. No, let's call him Mr. Hand. He has a decent bit of Master Hand's attacks. I liked him. He was pretty good. Fume Shroom. This boss is pretty cool because it has like a bunch of sub phases in between. When you attack the main boss, you attack the boss and then there's like a in-between thing, and then you attack the boss again and there's like an in-between, you know. And the final phase is pretty cool because it's like a big mech. Abnormal Stick. I really like Abnormal Stick. I really like how he kind of takes Stick and gives him the normal cat treatment and kind of upgrades a lot of his attacks and uses the original attacks and makes them more like difficult to avoid. And then there's like the final phase, which is really cool because he summons like the Phillips Dragon. Yeah, and then like the beam struggle type attack at the very, very end where you put the shield to block his attack. Yeah, I really like this boss. He's really well done and the difficulty is really well done. Doesn't feel unfair. Toy Koopa. I played the hardest version. I played like the second hardest of the hardest version of this one. I like the hardest version. He has like the blue shell attack when it insta-kills you. This fight's pretty fun. Like, it's got a lot to it. For how simple it is, like the bullet bill cannon. And you gotta shoot him when he's using his shell to bounce around. It's pretty cool. Now these other guys all come from the same project. John the Woodcutter. John's pretty fun. He's definitely first boss. Definitely has like that first boss energy, so yeah. Got the axe attack, which is pretty cool. The shockwaves. This guy is Bob, the illusionist. He kind of creates the little clones that are cool. He's a little bit more rough because the attacks kind of like can chain and kill you, combo you to death. A little bit less than the Woodcutter. I liked him a little bit less. Blindsummer. I really like his design. I like the mouth, and I really like the spikes coming out of him. And I like the spikes shooting out of the ground. I like the fact you can't really be on the ground when you're fighting this guy. Oh, he goes up. Shifter. And this guy kind of stacks up and like changes forms throughout the fight, which is really cool. And you always have to attack the head. I like the way the head repositions itself. Yeah, I'll put you around here. Around here. The Void of Creation. The Void of Creation is pretty cool. I really like the Miracle Matter-esque stuff. I like how it switches between forms all the time. Yeah, I just really like the fight. I like the switching between forms and like different elemental states. Once you hit him enough, he switches rapidly and then he dies. That's kind of a cool idea. Another high B. Ooh, yes. We got Mario. We got Super Mario Brothers. Yeah, I like Mario. He is a very fun fight. From start to finish is very long. But again, I think it's paced really well because you kind of like, you hit him, you dodge around him a bunch, and then you fight the little Marios, and then it moves into the next phase. You get the time to hit him. Yeah, he's really fun. He's got really nice imagery, and I like the healing, and I like the one-ups being used to attack his clones. Mario, very top of S tier. Very, very good boss. Very creative boss. Look-alike. Yet another boss I made. He's a better version of Orby. He has more attacks than Orby, and I think he's got a little more... And then the last phase where he randomly switches forms between different bosses. I thought that was kind of cool that I did. And then he switches even faster between the boss forms. He's a lot like Delirium. He's built a lot like that old Delirium from Binding of Isaac, the best boss in Binding of Isaac. Totally the best boss in Binding of Isaac. Machinations. I'm gonna put these guys really high. I put a lot of effort into these guys. They're going high whether they like it or not. I put a lot of effort into the machinations. The different phases, the different variations in the phases. I put a lot of effort into that. Making sure it works. It's basically the Infernum Exomex, which are a pain. Alright, Divine Vessel. Here we are. The final boss of Scratch Fusion 2. I really like him, and I think he's very cool. It was like one of the first times I actually like put effort into my voice acting. Like I added a lot of voice effects to it. I don't know, I just made him sound like a bunch of dudes really angry at Scratch. Nightmare King. I like him. I like the daggers. I do feel like the fight is a little bit long. I like the fact he turns into Scratch Cat too. I do feel like the fight's a little bit long though. Like he's got a lot of fun attacks and stuff, and I like parrying some of his attacks. Yeah, down there's about good. Shadow Warrior. He's basically just a stronger version of Jack Smith with an extra phase. I like it. I like the eyeballs he shoots. Not my favorite, but I like it. In terms of compared to regular Jack Smith, I like him a little bit more because he has a little bit more to him. You know, I like the eyeball attacks more. It gives him a little bit more like character. Alright, the musical trio. I didn't mind this boss. I thought some of the parts, I thought the attacks were a little bit simple. And some of the attacks were a little bit rough. But yeah, I like the idea behind them, like using different musical, like I like the Hat and Tie music. I like them a little bit more than the Void of Creation. This thing, the machine. The Shadow Machine. Very interesting. It's got a very good like giant machine vibe. I like how it goes from like the big cube to like the circle one. It's got some pretty decent attacks too. I don't like it as much as the other bosses because it feels a little bit more simple. And then the final boss of this arc, the False Jaximus, aka Monica. I think it's a nice little reinterpretation. Oh, hello. It's nice to see you here. we're actually just getting the Oracle now, after these few. So yeah, False Jacksonis is... I like False Jacksonis, I like the phases. I like the attack where you need to attack the mouse. You need to attack the mouse. You have to attack the mouse to stop it from being controlled, so that he can stop the Monica from doing the attack that insta-kills you. Yeah, I think that's cool, and I like the fact she's using the flowers, like the original fight I made. Good. Very good. Very nice. Okay, Ohio boss. I really like this boss. I think once you learn how to fight him, he's actually not that hard. I like the fact you can parry his hammers to knock him back. I like the spinning laser he does. I like the cameos he summons that you can attack. You can parry them to get them away from you. The music is very fitting and good for the boss. I like this design too. Railgunner. Railgunner's pretty cool. I think his attacks are a little bit too simple. Like, he's pretty easy to beat. I played a little bit of EX. He's very hard. I think EX has a few insta-kills that I really don't like. I like regular Railgunner. The music is pretty good. It's pretty fitting for the fight. The Oracle. The Oracle is a very fun fight. I think it was very well done. I think the attacks are very fair and it was very well made. And I like the fact the C ability is like this beam that does extra damage. And I like you have to jump through the barriers. And the second phase is just a more hectic, crazy version of the first phase. Yeah, I think this is a very well made boss, and I think it goes definitely in like the high A tier quality. Yeah, I really like this guy. He's a very fair kind of difficult. Scratch Puppeteer. I think I like this one because it feels like a Cuphead boss too, where it's got like different smaller phases that lead up to a final phase. I do feel like the final phase is a little bit too long though. I think the design's pretty cool, like the way it kind of has like the dot eyes to differentiate them between like regular Scratch Cat. So it isn't just another one of those like it's Scratch Cat but bosses. True Rebirth Ease, I'm pretty sure this is called. Yeah, I like it zips around, it fires projectiles at you. I think it's a little bit too simplistic in my opinion, so we're going to put it down in C because it's not got too much to it. Down here-ish. Yeah, there's a little bit not enough stuff for it to be interesting. Right, Parry Gun. This boss is literally, the whole gimmick is it's a parry bullet and you parry everything. I thought it was fun. I like the fact you can just parry everything and you parry it into the boss. That's a really fun gimmick. Yeah, overall A just for fun factor, mostly for fun factor. The music is also pretty good for this fight. Miro. This is a pretty cool fight. I like the design. The music is always good for these fights. The only attack I really thought was the one where he slams the ground and makes a pillar come up from under you. I didn't know how I felt about that attack. Other than that, the fight's really fun. I enjoyed it a lot. I enjoyed it quite a bit. We got the nameless one. This boss is also decently long. I like the skeletons he summons, and he doesn't have too many attacks because the nameless one in the original game doesn't have too many attacks. terms of recreation, this one's pretty good. Overall boss fight, eh. Eraser Messer. Eraser Messer is a really good boss. Honestly, I'd say it's like S tier quality. Like stop motion. This boss is like fully stop motion. Like, and there's just so much of this boss that's just so high effort. Like everything is custom made. Like there's like the erasers that he like different phases in the background. The final phase he like becomes the background. And like the voice acting, like the stuff, you know, I thought it was really cool. Kind of reminds me of this game I played on the phone called Clay Jam, like a stop motion like game where you play with clay characters. I don't really know. Kind of reminds me of Clay Fighter a little bit too. Tiny turret, big turret, I think it's called. Big turret. Big castle turret, I'm pretty sure it's called. Yeah, you shoot at it when it's not shielding. I think this boss takes a little too long, and I like the gimmicks that's in the fight, but I don't feel like they really factor into too much. The fact it can shoot out the ground isn't really too effective. We got the Wega fight. Loud fight, very loud. I feel like that's a part of the joke. The fight's supposed to be loud. I don't know. I like some of the stuff, but I also just think like, ooh, it's very loud. Wega moment, Wega jump scare. B tierish. Preston, I'm pretty sure. What was this boss? I have a reference up here for all the bosses. It's also getting late, so my brain is... We're slowly getting into the brain shutdown territory. Not the right video. Yeah, this boss he's pretty good. I like the fact he has like the laser attack that sprays. Like the Bomberman-esque like spread laser. Briskin Bottom. E10 Briskin Bottom. His design's pretty good overall. I don't know. He's a pretty good fight. I like the SpongeBob final boss inspiration. Probably put him in C-ish because he still kind of suffers from that simplistic boss idea. The double Doge, like the Chad Doge and the Cheems. Yeah, I like this fight. I mean, it's a little simple. It's not like it's a bad fight. It's not like it's a bad fight. It's just very, again, the laser beam attack is eh. I'll put you down here. I like the fight overall. I think the music was pretty good. The Crystal Crab. I think we're in the home stretch, actually. This is the Crystal Crab. Yeah, I like him. He was fun. I like the fact it's got the crab infestation from Calamity. I like the crab moment, crab rave. This guy. General Darien. He's pretty fun. I like his attacks. I like the rocket launcher. I like the spike attack he does, and I like the rocket attack from the ceiling. I know he's kind of rebalanced the attack, rebalanced this fight too. I like this one. Starless. Oh, this is another one. I feel like it was, yeah, it's definitely inspired by a video. I like that it's a frowny star. The only problem I have is the last phase is a little drawn out. I like the fight. I just feel like it takes a little bit. It just takes a little bit too long. Yeah, overall, I like the fight. I just think the final phase is takes a little bit too long. Antonio, the regular Antonio fight. Antonio EX is over here. Regular Antonio, he's... I like him. He's really easy to exploit and cheese. You can just constantly dash into him and he gets stunned. I think you can stun lock him a little bit too easily. Other than that, the fight's pretty decent. He's got some pretty decent attacks. The ground. Another in our saga of bosses that are just parts of the stage. Bosses that are just random objects around the stage. The ground is pretty decent. I think it's a reference to the fact that I accidentally left a unfinished sprite sheet in the ground project, in the ground sprite. So yeah, someone decided to turn that into a boss, and I was just like, yeah, I mean, that's pretty creative. I liked it overall. I like you have to shoot the eyes, and I like the second phase you have to shoot the main body. I'll put you in A tier, actually. Probably where the background is, actually. The sequel to the background, the ground. Alright, we have Orenos. The first admin Scratch boss. I think he's pretty cool. I think he's a very nice, like, upgrade to the regular admin Scratch, because admin Scratch originally was just a cutscene. Admin Scratch originally was just a cutscene where you beat the boss and you instantly win. You can't even take damage. But yeah, Orenos is pretty fun. He was pretty fun. His attacks are really cool for being like a godlike being. I think his design's pretty nice too. Yeah, definitely gets put in the A-ish tier. Higher than, yeah, Metal Scratch probably. The last boss I made. This is the last boss I made for Scratch Fusion. 100-Eye Gobo. I think he's pretty good, pretty well made. I like the, I don't know. When I made him, I decided I wanted to make a creepy Gobo boss. I wanted to make a creepy boss, but I also wanted to make a boss that was like... I wanted to make a boss that was hard, but not as hard as my other bosses, and I also just wanted to keep it like three-ish phases. Make a creepy Halloweenish boss. Professor Z 2D edition. I think this guy, he's pretty well made. I like the three phases. I like the way he kind of goes from the sword, the bigger sword, the regular phase, and then I really like the admin Scratch phase. Where he kind of forces you into that admin Scratch fight. I don't know whether or not I like the 2D one or the 3D one better. I like them both the same because I think this design's pretty good in general. What was it? Terra Nova. Terra Nova, I think this wasn't called. Oh, this one's pretty fun. It's got a very Metal Sonic-esque idea. Teleporting and slamming the ground. I like its attacks, and I like the Sonic Frontiers music it plays. And I also like, as I said before with Mother Maiden, I like the spell card-esque transition in the middle. I like the atmosphere of these fights. They're pretty wacky. They're pretty weird. They're pretty cool. Like artcore-esque. Yes, we have Rebuttal. So Rebuttal is pretty cool. This fight's very fun. I like the phases. The first phase being the orb, and it goes from the orb into the black background, and I really like how the fight progresses. This is a very high A tier fight. I really like the atmosphere, and I like the background, and I like the music is probably my favorite part. It definitely feels like a good like final boss. Reaper Cat. This one's good. This one's definitely like, he's a little unfair because his attacks, there's like this really weird bug where if you attack him when he has his clones out, it fills the whole screen with clones. His attacks are also kind of rough to deal with because they kind of lock you in the corner and multi-hit you to death. Yeah, we have the Slime God. This is the final video. Slime God. He's fun. He's a nice little recreation of the original fight. For some reason the controls are mapped kind of odd. I didn't mind it too much, I just moved them back. But I like this fight either way. Like, he's good recreation. Create a Mecha Cat. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you can remark on that in the past. I could definitely look back on T-Mat and say he's bad. Like, I can look back on the original T-Mat fight and be like, yeah, I rushed that fight out and was not good. But yeah, in terms of these new... Did I put Slime God? Oh, did I... well, if I put him somewhere random, Slime God would be in B tier, around here. Oh, that's low B tier. Yeah, I put him in low B tier. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, I like Slime God. He's a pretty decent recreation. Strick, the newer one. But yeah, Strick is very fun. I think he's a very good update to Strick. I like the laser beam, how laser beam is done, and I like the sucking attack, the suck. He's a fun little boss. I also like the design, the really emotive design. I mean, Scratch Fusion's always going on. Again, anyone can make a Scratch Fusion video. I just make them because I made the collab. Anyone else can make them if they want. And you guys can also keep making projects. The engines are always open to make stuff for. I might make a video, another Scratch Fusion video in the future. This is just concluding the original run of Scratch Fusion 2 and 1. This is basically like a mark. Like I did this with Scratch Fusion 1 with the top 10 ranking. I'll probably make a top 10 ranking for this too. Possibly top 11 because the original was a top 9 because of an editing mistake. The Green Dragon. Yeah, he's kind of simplistic, but I think he's a pretty fun kind of simplistic. I like the fact, I don't know, I like his attacks and I like how you have to use the top and the bottom area. He kind of can get you stuck and chain comboed like some other bosses. I think this is Flamenco? Flamenco, that's what he's called. Flamenco is pretty fun. I like the different phases. I like how it goes from like, he gains new attacks. I think it's pretty well done. I don't like him as much as Point Rico though, but I like him a little bit more than these other guys in B. Maxwell. We did it, guys. We found Maxwell. I don't know. Yeah, Maxwell's pretty fun. He is, so the big thing about Maxwell is he was unfinished. I actually had to add an ending because the boss wasn't completely finished. I also modified a few things because the boss kind of had some mechanics that I was not really didn't really find that fun, like the jinx foot that would come down and slam the ground that would just deal damage to you. I didn't really enjoy that. So instead I just made it like disrupt your momentum and like knock you up a little bit. The things I really like about this fight are the lemon. You can cancel lemon attack by parrying next to him. And sometimes you want to keep him doing the gun attack because it'll leave him open longer so you can shoot him more. I don't know, I like this boss overall, but I had to do a little bit of modifications to make it work because it was unfinished. We'll put you in A. You are a very A tier boss. Hyperball. Hyperball is fun. I think it's definitely a better version of the original, like, Happy Ball fight, which is why I'll put it up here. I like the creepy part of the fight, too. I like this more than the original Happy Ball, because I feel like you need to put a lot more, like, into it. And I like the Super Ball bouncing all around the screen attack. That's really cool. Okay, Antonio EX. This guy is pretty fun. He's very rough. He also takes a while to beat. I switched up the music because I thought the DDD theme would dip a bit better. He's got, yeah, I like the fact you can still punch him to knock him, to kind of like knock him back and get an extra hit, a few hits on him. His attacks are a lot tighter to dodge. And the second phase is, I think I like the second phase a bit more, although you can easily exploit it if he's doing the sword beam attack. A tier. And I think this and the Scratch Fusion 1 fight have like this beam clash type part of the fight where you're punching each other. That's really fun. Dark Cat. Dark Cat's pretty fun. He kind of feels like a, I don't know, I'd put him up here. Over here. I like the music. I like the dark matter inspiration. You know what? We'll go down here. The actual fight itself is pretty fun. I wouldn't call it perfect though, as there are some hits that can still multi-hit you constantly. I like when he surrounds the whole stage and shoots the tails at you from all angles. Venus King. This boss is very simplistic for a final boss. For, I guess, not really a final boss. He's got good music. And I like the projectiles he shoots. In the second phase. Anubis. Ah, yes. I really like Anubis. He's a very fun fight. I like the fact Anubis kind of has, like... He doesn't really have any phases. He just has a really large variety of attacks. And I think he's got a good design, too. Like, he kind of has that Azrael-esque feel. Where he summons the rainbow attacks. You can parry his projectiles, you know. A tier, probably. And top-ish A tier. I like him a lot. Ooh, we have the Void. Mirrored Void. Mirrored Void is pretty fun. The whole point of, yeah, I really like Mirrored Void. I think it dies a little bit too fast, but I think the atmosphere of the fight's pretty cool and the design's really good. put you B tierish. Lowish B tier. Jeff Bezos. I don't know. I don't know if I'd put him A tier. Jeff Bezos is kind of... He's kind of a little bit... Unlike, say, Prime, I think his attacks are a little bit harder to read. He's also got some attacks that are a little bit more, like, rough to dodge, and I feel like are kind of unfair. Like the big sun explosions, kind of... I don't know. I didn't really enjoy dodging that one. See, I'm sorry. I'm going to have to put you a little bit lower on the list. Yeah, around here's good. I still really like the fight, and I like the first phase being like the prison that he escapes from. And I like the parry. I like how you have to parry the sunburst attack or you die instantly. Yeah, I mean, Needle Spike kind of became iconic. In terms of Scratch, oh yes. Yeah, I like Jeff Bezos. I don't like him enough to put him in A tier. Scorch. I honestly would put Scorch in S tier. Scorch is just that good of a boss. Like, he's got so many qualities to him. I like the music. I really like the fact you have to parry projectiles back at him. I like that he's kind of like... He has that weird Scratch Cat feel, and I think he has it down really well. And then the second phase has him crumpling down. I like the fact there's a different death screen depending on what phase you're on. There's actually different death phases depending on what phase you're on. I think that's a really cool concept. Alrighty, we got Divine Vessel, True Form. Or Divine Vessel, Soul. I really like the design here. It's very, like I said, Zamazu. I like the Kirby final boss flair of the final phase. I like the first phase being the admin Scratch and then going into the normal fight. Going into normal Scratch. Yeah, this is a very good boss. I can put it up here. I think it might be a little bit better than Phillips. I think the pacing is a little bit... Again, I think it's a lot more fair than Phillips. It has a few attacks that like nearly insta-kill you, but I think that's they're pretty well telegraphed. Zion Divine Vessel. Zion Divine Vessel, I think he's really good. I think he's really well done, and I think he's really fair. And I like how it's basically a good... I think it's better than Goobra, the Goober version. But I think the Goober version is more creative. This version is really good because it has like a lot of really cool imagery, and I like the atmosphere. Yeah, I don't know. In terms of like sheer like presentation factor, I think it's a little bit better than Goobra. Yeah, I honestly put up Goobra a little bit more, just because Goobra just has such a unique like flair to him. Yeah, we're in the last ones. Yeah, alright, here we go. Majesty. Definitely one of my favorite. Like, genuinely, gonna put him up in the S. Lowest tier. He's got so many good phases, and I think the only thing I have to say is, like, the AI music is, like, I don't know how to feel about that. But other than that, the fight itself is, like, really well done. I really like the way it goes from, like, the machine, then going into, like, the true part of the fight, and it goes crazy. The imagery is really cool. I like the crazy, like, dark imagery going on and the crazy attacks. And then the final phase is really cool because it kind of does this like turn where it just turns into like this big. I don't know. There's also the attack where he does like the shapes, where you have to pick a specific shape to go into, and the shapes that are not marked get you hit. And that is the really cool part of the fight. Yeah, design-wise, he's really good. So, yeah. Okay, now we're in the last one. What? Oh. Where'd he go? Damn it. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's cool. Also, what? How the hell did it... Did it just vanish from existence? Alright, we're gonna... I guess we're gonna reload. Where's he at? Man, I don't know. We're gonna reload. It doesn't even show up. Okay, well, if we're gonna... No, there he is. He's over here. He's over here. Thank you. You are going up here. No. Yeah, just gonna sit up there. He'll sit comfortably. Not... Okay, yeah, partially... Okay, nepotism is a factor. But again, we're not gonna... It's not entirely a factor. This feels like a great final boss. Like I said, these... I don't think... to be honest, I don't think S tier is in any particular order. I think I enjoy all these bosses just as much. They're all kind of up here just because there has to be an order. But yeah, I genuinely really enjoy One Within All a lot. I feel like he's a really good like remake slash re-inspiration from the original All-in-One. The in-between phases are really good. I think the music is probably the best part of the fight. I think the music is the best part of the fight because it's just... I don't know, it's got that Civigunner-esque idea. But it just does it really well. And then the final phases... The fight is very long. Like, the fight is very long, but it's very good. I wouldn't say they're better. Again, like I said, I think A tier is basically just... Both A tier and S tier are the best. But I think S is just like... There's just something more. It takes like A tier, but it adds one more thing. Actually, keep it where he is. Yeah, I just think, yeah, this is my final ranking. Yeah, I'd honestly be very curious to see what everyone else's ranking is. Yeah, the main reason I put One Within All last is just because I think he's a very nice summation of what Scratch Fusion is. He's like a really great, like, showcase of all of Scratch Fusion in one boss. But yeah, what do you all think of this ranking? Yeah, this was a very... Sorry for the last minuteness of this. I was just like, I got streaming figured out, so let's do this tier list. May or may not do another tier list whenever Scratch Fusion 3 happens. Whenever Scratch Fusion 3 happens, I may do another ranking, but that probably will just be Scratch Fusion 3 bosses, depending on how much are made. My voice is shot. Oh my gosh, I've been talking for 5 hours straight. That's really cool. I like the style mechanic. Yeah. Hope you all are happy with this ranking. I apologize if I was a little. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty happy with this ranking. Again, I've kind of went through my thoughts. I rewatched my videos. I made sure I was being honest, and yeah. With all of that said, I'm probably going to be signing off. I'm hoping you all enjoyed this very long journey. Yeah, this was a very long journey, and I hope it was an enjoyable journey. Yeah, again, Scratch Fusion 3 will be out. Once it's out, yeah, I'll put out a video. It'll be cool. I'll probably make a few more Scratch Fusion 2 videos on some really interesting bosses. Yeah, but this was a fun little excursion. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll probably stream more in the future. I'll probably stream more in the future. Probably like Binding of Isaac, or I don't know. I'll probably do the sagas. I'll do more sagas in the future. I'll probably put out more sagas. I might make Saturdays the streaming day where I stream Mugen or something else. I'll find games to stream. Oh yeah. Box Theory. I thought Box Theory was really fun. I think he would be in the top. He would probably be in S tier. If I covered Box Theory, he would be S tier. Yeah. Until then. Yeah. I'll see you all around. Hope you enjoyed. For those, again, there are probably going to be people watching the VOD because it's pretty late for a lot of people, including me. But yeah, thank you all for joining. Thank you all for sitting through this. And yeah, I hope to see all of your rankings too. Yeah, if you all rank, yeah, post your rankings on Scratch, YouTube, whatever, Discord, yeah. See ya.